Whoop. No. Oh, wow. Greetings, everybody. I know I'm late. I didn't realize how much time had gone by. I was sitting in front of the computer and still didn't realize how much time went by. Hey, let me close this door. It's being real loud. Okay. All right. Okay. So, how's everybody doing? I'm gonna go dancing, so I'm not gonna spend a lot of time doing no intros or nothing. I am going to open up this thing and get right to it. I'm only gonna read till about 7:30. Okay, if that. All right. Mm-hmm. Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay. Mm-hmm. The heck? And and all right. Cool. All right. Taken care of. That's that. So, you know what? I need to do that. Maybe. I don't know. Okay. I did mark it. Codes use it seemingly. That's crazy. I thought I marked it. Huh. Yeah. I don't know where I left off last night. Yeah. Okay, because I put my little bookmark in the wrong page, and for some reason I didn't. I typically mark where I stop with a pen, and I didn't. So, yeah. So I'm just gonna go back. Yeah, that's wild. All right, so what I'm going to do is just go back All right, to page 23, because I don't remember none of that. Truth be told, I don't remember none of that. And I know I was getting sleepy towards the end. Yeah. So I'm just going to go back to page 23, the last paragraph for those that are following along. I'm going to go back to the last paragraph, which is entitled Oduduwa. And I'm just going to read back over that. Okay. So for those who are just tuning in, for those, this may be your first time tuning in, I am reading The Architects of Existence, Age in Yoruba, Cosmology, Ontology, and Orature by Teresa in Washington. Okay, so so far this is the fourth reading, and we're starting on page 23 at the bottom. As the galactic mother of all, Odu is logically the source of all Iwa, identity, character, and existence, which finds its origin and apex in the undiluted power of pure cosmic blackness, also known as Dudu. Odu is the perfect blackness manifest in the melanin of the world's first nation builders, civilization founders, and life bearers. She is the blackness of the infinite depths of the cosmos that gives birth to constellations, nebula, and galaxies without end. Odu is so elemental of force that her resplendent blackness identifies her and illuminates another divine manifestation of herself, the god Oduduwa, who, as her name specifies, is the immense womb or the pot, Odu, of infinite depths and blackness, Dudu, that contains all attributes, characteristics, and identities, Iwa. While in some circles great effort is expended in attempting to disassociate Odu from Oduduwa, these gods are as connected as the right and left sides of the human body. The religion of the Yorubas, in Religion of the Yorubas, J. Olomide Lucas confirms that Oduduwa, and Odwa, uh, and Odwa refer to one and the same person. End quote. Lucas traces Oduduwa to Kemet and argues that the name means Lord of the Other World. This translation correctly situates Oduduwa in the Orun within Odu. In the spider, the chameleon, and the creation of Earth, Oduyoye reveals the connectedness of these gods by simply offering definitions of their names. He asserts that Odu means auricular utterance, and that Oduduwa means auricular utterance created existence. Oduyoye's translation also establishes a lineage relationship with Oduduwa, being a specification of or an elaboration on the power of her mother, Odu. In Olodumare, God in Yoruba belief, Bolaji Idowu offers a definition that is similar to Oduyoye's. Idowu defines Oduduwa as the self-existent chief who created being. Catholic missionary Noel Baldwin describes Oduduwa as being both Odu and the welcoming womb for Odu's spark of creation. Quote, Oduduwa, the great goddess of the blacks, seems to be considered as never having been created, but as eternal and coexistent with God. Oduduwa is also called Iya Agba, the mother who receives, dwells in the inferior regions of the universe. The latter assertion is indicative of the Caucasian proclivity to attempt to dichotomize and categorize everything hierarchically and racially, even the infinite ellipse that is the universe. But what is important in Baldwin's discussion is the confirmation that Oduduwa, identical to Odu, has always existed. The manifestation of Oduduwa is Iyangba, the receiving mother. Is also profoundly important, for within Iyangba is the womb of life, the pot of infinitude and origins, the inexhaustible diversity of humanity finds its source in Iyangba, the receiving womb, which is reproduced in human women. The search for the origin of Ajay leads to the source of existence and finds a womb that pulsates within a womb that throbs within a womb. The symbiosis of cosmic and terrestrial Age that is articulated in the elaborations of Odu and Oduduwa is also elucidated by Samuel Crowther, who, in addition to describing Odwa and Oduduwa as a god of Ife, who is quote said to be the supreme goddess in the world, explained Oduduwa's astronomical significance. Quote, heaven and earth are also called Oduduwa. Oduduwa, Igba, Nila, Meiji Ade, Ishi. Heaven and earth are two large calabashes, which being shut can never be reopened. Here, Oduduwa clearly represents the totality of Odu and embodies both Olorun, the calabash of the cosmos, and Onile, the calabash of the earth. Onile and Olorun are two harmonious, interconnected wombs of creation who have also attracted the attention of patriarchal myth makers. While Onile, the owner of the earth, has successfully weathered a recent attempt at degendering, which I discussed below, Olorun may be the first Yoruba victim. Ooh, shit. Olorun may be the first victim. Olorun may be the first Yoruba victim of petrification. In the light of Odu's sphere and the scope as defined by Crowther, Baldwin, Fantumbi, Idowu, and Oduyoye, Odu is in fact Olorun. Child, listen. God damn. Oh. Oh my. Oh. Indeed. Only Odu can be the owner of Orun, which is the cosmos, the womb of all. Come on, man, listen, if y'all don't come on in this room right now, ooh. Because of religious colonization, Olorun became a petrified construct who is described as being the Yoruba equivalent of the gods of Muslims and Christians. Yes, 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 yes. The petrification of Olorun and placement of this remote, aloof, unknowable, omniscient construction in the same realm as Jehovah and Allah was a shrewd move, for it allowed the Yoruba to continue worshiping their gods while appearing to adhere to the same patriarchal monotheistic mores as their oppressors. However, Orun is not synonymous with heaven or paradise, and Olorun has nothing in common with Christian and Islamic deities. Man, look. Okay. All right. So somebody was asking how to make a donation. So I'm gonna go ahead and do the what do you call it? The housekeeping. So for those of you just tuning in, my name is Cassandra Faye Floyd, also known as the Daughter of the Fates, founder of the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence, located here in Los Angeles. If you are getting anything from this reading, for those of you who just came into the room, I'm reading the book by Teresa in Washington called The Architects of Existence, Aj, in Yoruba Cosmology, Ontology, and Orature. The book is jamming, and we only on to page 20 on page 23. So if you want to support the work of the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence, then there are several ways that you can do that. Use this email, EvoEmeTemp@gmail.com. With that email, you can send a Zelle donation or a PayPal donation. Let me type that in the chat here. On YouTube. So the email is EvoEmeTemp at gmail.com. To send a cash app, it is $ daughter of the Fates, Fates. To send a Venmo, it is Cassandra with 2 S's dash Floyd, Cassandra-Floyd. There you go. You can use that same email address to book yourself a divination session, either 30 minutes or 60 minutes. You can also you can purchase something from the store, which is DaughterOfTheFates.etsy.com. That's DaughterOfTheFates, Fates. DaughterOfTheFates.etsy.com. If you were on YouTube, you can become a paid subscriber. There are, I think, 6 or 7 subscription tiers. So read the content of the tiers so you can make sure that you get what's coming to you. And then also, while we're live, you can do a super chat or a super thanks or whatever, and I will shout that out loud live. Okay. So I think that's everything. All right. So let's see. Okay. Scientifically, Orun is the universe, spiritually and biologically. Orun is the womb of creation and the gateway to the human womb, vagina, and terrestrial existence. The female organs that the gods of organized religions shun the most are precisely what Orun is and represents. Furthermore, rather than a mercurial, unknowable deity who only makes sense in the foreign land and religion, the owner and controller of the cosmos is the mother of the receptive vagina and the fecund womb. Far from sinking into anonymity of invisibility, Olorun emerges as a god who has the character, depth, compassion, and relevance of one's actual creator, who is one's mother. Listen, I hope y'all listening. I hope y'all listening. You listen. Man. And just a reminder, okay? This book, every book that I've read to you guys except The Great Cosmic Mother, this book and all the others, when I'm reading the book, it's the first time that I'm reading the book. So this is the first time I'm reading the book, is reading it to you guys. That's why I'll be stopping and taking notes. While the petrification of Olorun has been facial, Oduduwa's petrification has not been so successful. Depending upon the Yoruba ethnic group and its cosmological and political foundation, Oduduwa may be described as a female or a male and or creator of the world and or founder of Ife. A Yoruba Oriki of Oduduwa included in Uli Bear's Yoruba poetry solves the dilemma of having to choose one identity by embracing all of them. The Orature says of Oduduwa, quote, he sprinkles earth over the water, creator of land, founder of cities. These lines not only reveal the similitude between Odu, Oduduwa, Onile, Onile, as they are all credited with the creation of the earth in different Eton historical text, but as the founder of cities, Oduduwa's cosmic and historical attributes are combined. Using seemingly deceptive references, the Oriki goes on to depict Oduduwa as a god who is the definition of holism, elegance, and essentiality. Quote, he is the husband, he is the wife, warm like the sun, cool like a harmattan. He builds a house of parrot's feathers, a wall of darkness that reaches into the sky, end quote. If this orature were rendered in Yoruba, the pronoun he would be the gender neutral O. And the need for gender neutrality is evident given Oduduwa's ability to be husband and wife and so much more. In addition to being the consummate spouse, Oduduwa is the meteorological harmony necessary for flora and fauna to flourish. Furthermore, using the signature symbol of Ajay, the Iko Oude, or the Ikode, the African gray parrot's crimson tail feathers, which represent the Ajay of Menses, Oduduwa builds a mansion of Ajay that transforms into the uterine calabash. Oh my God. Damn. Oh. Hold on, I gotta write a note so I don't forget. it. As a matter of fact, I'll do it like that. Yeah. Okay. Crimson tail feathers, which represent the Ajay of Menses. Oduduwa builds a mansion of Ajay that transforms into the uterine calabash of Odu's infinite cosmic depths. Oduduwa, with her unfathomable strength, creative abundance, and cosmic versatility, is truly her mother's daughter. While gender-specific pronouns provide a clear source of confusion and conflict where Orisha of Ajay are concerned, the force of the mother is undeniable. Babatunde Laula makes an important observation about Oduduwa that also surfaces in discussions about other Ajay who are threatened with petrification or gender excision. Lowell finds that, quote, oddly enough, those who regard Oduduwa as a male Orisha still occasionally address him as Iya Imole, end quote. While some segments of the Yoruba nation have always heralded Oduduwa as a mother and an organic extension of Odu, even those factions swayed by the patriarchal shift are compelled to acknowledge Oduduwa as a primordial mother of all, aka Iya Imole. This compulsion exists because the centrality and necessity of mother is as irreducible a fact of existence as it is a central and defining element of Yoruba cosmology. What the mothers represent to the Yoruba nation is so fundamentally important that their sons cannot help but give them their proper respect. Obatala is the next section. Another Ajay Odu who has become petrified in some religions is Obatala. Lord. Oh my gosh. I should have read this sooner. Gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my God. Oh my God. Ew. Child. Remember, I was telling you when I got this book. I don't know if y'all remember. I got this book, I don't know, 6-7 months ago, actually. I haven't even cracked the spine on the joint since I got it. But when I got the book, I don't know if y'all remember me telling you. What did I tell y'all? Shit. Damn. I had a thought. Oh, I was talking about Ifa and how I no longer refer to myself as a devotee of Ifa, though I still practice Ifa. Of course I still practice Ifa. I was a devotee for 15 years. Of course I still practice Ifa. Of course I still incorporate the practice of Ifa into the amalgamation that is my spiritual life, my political life, everything, right? But I was saying how I was going through this shift. This was a while back that I was telling y'all this, but I was going through this shift and I got this book and I was like hesitant to crack it open. I'll be honest. I was hesitant. You know what I'm saying? And but I was saying that I was going through this phase where I was though I had been a pretty strictly, to the letter practitioner of E5 that at that time I was going through this phase where I wasn't admonishing any quote male Orisha. And so like in ceremony, in ritual, like I got my warriors pot by the door, which is for those that don't know, your warriors, when you receive your warriors, it's Ogun, Eshu, and Oshosi. And typically I will, blow a stogie, like blow the smoke of a cigar, or offer spray rum or gin on my altar when I come home or when I'm leaving. But I was like, you know what? I'm going through something right now where I'm not acknowledging the male Orisha. And the reason I said that was because I told y'all I've been working with Saturn for some time. And I was like, look, if they can successfully give Saturn a complete and total sex change, so much that you don't even remember that the she of the planet ever existed, right? The she of the icon never existed. I said, I have a sneaking suspicion this is every male deity that we hold up as they started off as female. And that's not a stretch. Why is that not a stretch? Because we all start off as female. Yes, we sure do. For the first trimester of pregnancy, you are indistinguishable from female, whether you are male or whether you are female, right? Because like gender is another issue. That is something that happens after you are born. But in terms of your sex, in terms of your sexual identification and markers, everyone that is conceived is indistinguishable from female in the first trimester. And so it's not a stretch to say that if that is the case in utero, then historically and scientifically and biologically and cosmologically and astronomically and astrologically, it may very well be the case too, that everything that we identify as male gods, male deities, male Orisha, all began as female. And if this is the case on the timeline, the time dial of human history, then I want to know who Eshu was before he was Eshu. I want to know who Obatala, that's what I was telling y'all. And so here she's talking about it right now, and I'm having a whole moment, right? But who Obatala was before Obatala was he. Who Ogun was, that's one I really struggle with, because Ogun has been, and I've told y'all this, even where like modern astrology is concerned, I get really resistant when people talk about the characteristics of Aries, the characteristics of quote Mars, which is Ogun in Ifa cosmology. Ogun is Mars. Ogun is Aries in Ifa cosmology. And the stories of Ogun, more than one. The stories of Ogun are fucked. they're fucked up. The Apatakis of Ogun are fucked up, right? Like there's a reason that Yamaya don't mess with Ogun. This her son, but she don't fuck with Ogun like that. There's a reason that Nanabudaku cannot stand, is completely offended by the presence of Ogun. There's a reason, and those stories are jacked. Those are so, and I'm gonna tell you, it wasn't even until I became a devotee of Ifa, because I had been such a hardcore, strict, linear activist, black nationalist, that did not, like in our black nationalist organizations, we ain't deal with no quote African spookism, African quote religions. Nuh-uh, that ain't scientific. You feel me? That was the line. And so it wasn't until I became a devotee, and we have to do that shit, because wherever these divisions are mended, that's when you start to see why they had to be separated in the first place. Everything everywhere is about keeping you away from obvious solutions to your problems. I can see it crystal clear when I left the African People's Socialist Party and a couple of years later became a devotee of Ifa. Baby, I could see so clearly the deficiencies that existed in the African People's Socialist Party in particular, but in the whole of the Black Power movement, all of these relationships that I had with Black Power organizations throughout the country. There ain't too many people in the movement I don't know, and I keep trying to tell you, there ain't too many people that I don't know personally. The people that y'all be just talking about, there ain't too many people in this movement I don't know personally, right? And so that hardcore, rigid, staunch, unwavering Black nationalism, not only Black nationalism, because there are some Black Power organizations that do incorporate African culture, traditions, and spirituality up in it, right? But that is not the defining thing. The defining thing is the political line. With the African People's Socialist Party, it was absolutely not. No God, no Orisha. We don't be doing no libations, none of that shit. We are African internationalists. We are dialectical materialists, bitch. We scientists. You feel me? We don't be engaged in, what do they call it, philosophical dualism. We don't be engaged in no philosophical dualism, all of that shit, right? And so I become a devotee of Ifa, and everything that was wrong in the Black Power movement, I instantly saw how a beautiful marriage of African, what they call ATRs, African traditional religions, and African culture could solve those problems inside these hardcore, rigid Black Power organizations. Living in Oyotunji African village for almost a year, baby, not just that, but that was the peak, because my Elay was in Tampa, right? Your Elay is your house, right? And so when I went to, and it was clear even in my Elay, but nowhere near as sharp as it was when I moved to Oyotunji African village. As soon as I moved to the village, every single solitary thing that I had learned as a political organizer, everything that I had learned as a hardcore Black nationalist, I could see instantly, like watching fucking pieces of a puzzle just click together. Every deficiency I was experiencing while living in the village, I could see clearly how a beautiful marriage between ATRs, African traditional religions, and African political science woven together could solve literally every problem Black folks got. They could be solved if there was not this divide that existed between back in the 60s, they used to call Black people who were more into spirituality, Black African spirituality and culture, they used to call them cultural nationalists, right? And that was a hard divide. There was a hard line in what eventually separated the two, right? I'm saying this because even after experiencing these extremes between Black political life, nationalism, internationalism, whatever your bag is, and African spiritual traditions, and still experiencing like something that was still missing. I thought it was just the two. Like if these two just came together, all the problems would be solved. And no. The reason why is because the missing link in all of those things is that women do not lead. And if you see a woman in a position of leadership, it still don't mean she lead. It still don't mean she lead. Because the African People's Socialist Party, that's what its draw is. All these hundreds of goddamn women I done known that were members of the party. Just because a woman has been placed in a position of leadership does not mean she's leading. Do you understand what I'm saying? I hope you understand what I'm saying. Because men get hip to the game. Men adjust. When they get found out, they adjust. You feel me? And so women be like, look, we ain't joining this shit, to be your housewives and shit, to be your baby makers and shit. We want to change the world too, and this is what it's going to look like. And so men have to pivot when women come into spaces expecting to be empowered, expecting that this is going to be a situation where their proximity to the line, to a political line that literally presents like it can change something. Men pivot. They don't concede, they pivot. They don't concede, they pivot. Their language changes. You feel me? Their intentions don't change, their language changes. You understand? Their behavior changes. You understand? It's fucked, but that's what it is. And I'm saying that because that's the thing that we gonna have. Every space, everywhere is going to have to. It's gonna have to reconcile. Is that y'all gonna have to concede? Y'all gonna have to take a minute and let women lead, because this shit is ridiculous. And this thing about Abatala in particular, because the reason I got off on that is because I've been talking to y'all. Thank you so much, Vayoni, for the donation, baby. Ooh, I love the emojis. Yes, yes, yes. Let's go. And the reason I'm getting off on this is because I've been talking to y'all a lot. I do a pretty good seesaw discussion when talking about astrology. If I come up on here and talk to y'all about astrology, I think I'm doing pretty good about always relating the crossover between the Greek and Roman iconography associated with modern astrology, and always pivoting to help you understand what the crossover is in Yoruba cosmology, right? So if I'm talking about Aries, right, and I'm talking about Mars, right, then y'all know, because I will quickly say Aries and Mars is Ogun in Ifa cosmology, right? And the first thing I was saying is how it has really frustrated me when I've been talking about Aries, Ogun, Mars, because that's real big energy right now, that the default discussion about the quote characteristics of a person that's Aries, or oh my God, Mars is retrograde right now, and Mars is a warrior planet. Mars is a warrior deity. He's just interested in bloodshed. And I'm like, damn, is that, first of all, that's not dynamic. That's not anybody. There ain't nobody that they have one characteristic and that's it. They don't waver. This is their lane and they don't waver. That shit is crazy to me. And the fact that every time I hear these modern astrologers, and that's the only thing they can say, period, about any kind of Mars placement, any kind of Mars movement, any kind of Aries, event coming down the pike, is, oh y'all, we might need to brace for warfare. The bitch, what? But in the general astrological chart, not your chart, but the general astrological chart, the energy of the first house, which is Aries, the energy of the first house is not the energy of a warrior. Aries is the baby. Aries is the newborn. Aries represents, before anything else, all new potential, energetic, hot potential. It's hot not because it's a warrior. It's hot like a baby. The baby come here to this whole new realm, this whole new environment, and the baby y'all say it all the time, like that baby don't never want to go to sleep. That baby be just in everybody's mouth, scared it's gonna miss something. Head be going down trying to stay awake, but don't want to go to sleep because the baby afraid they gonna miss something. That's the original energy of Aries, because the energy of Aries represents the first house, and the house previous to that represents actually the previous three signs represent the crone. These three signs together represent the crone. And once the crone transitions or the year ends, it's making way for the new baby. You feel me? And so thinking about how deliberately rigid they talk about the iconography and the characteristics of these signs. One of my pet peeves, obviously, is how relentlessly they associate Mars, aka Aries, aka Ogun, with warfare. Now, Mars in and of itself in Greco-Roman mythology was problematic. that if you read the Apothekes, I should probably read that shit to y'all sometime. If you read the Apothekes of Ogun in Ephi cosmology, who everybody be bigging up. I just told you he is in my corner as my quote protector. He is my warrior over here in the corner. Ogun's story as the Lord of Iron, as the God of Iron, in his story, he rapes his mother. He rapes his grandmother. His mother is Yemaya. His grandmother is Nana Budaku. That's why they don't fuck with him. That's why, where the tradition is concerned, if you, so say you have a shrine room, like a lot of people will have a whole room that's devoted to their shrines. That if you have a shrine room and you have Yemaya or Nana Budaku in your shrine room, you have to put Ogun in a whole separate room, right? Like that's how deep the story is about the energy of Ogun inside his relationships with the females closest to him, his mother and his grandmother. In the story, he rapes his mama and his grandma. So it's a really terrible story. Let me tell you one more thing. It is another reason why when so-called Black historians or quote Black male self-taught historians be going so hard about how there was no evidence of homosexuality in Africa until we met white people. There was no evidence of gender violence in Africa before we met white people. You sure about that, bro? You sure about that? Because Ifa, the practice of Ifa is what, 4,000 years old? And in the Odus, there are so many stories of rape. It's crazy. So many stories. Now here you missed because in the Black Power movement in particular, that's a long line that we Black men did. We didn't do nothing wrong and nothing bad. That everything bad we did, we learned by watching white men. You feel me? And so as soon as we win this revolution, you feel me, and we defeat the white man, you feel me, then all this stuff that we got between us Black men and Black women will just wither away and disappear. You see how nasty and insidious that line is? And we buy that shit a lot of times. But there is a line that somehow gender-based violence did not exist anywhere on the continent prior to Black men meeting white men. But your Odu say otherwise, boo. Your Odu, you ain't met white people, but what? At most 2,500 years ago, your Odu say something different. Your Odu say that we had a long laundry list of issues, we Black men and Black women. Not only we Black men and Black women, we Black Orisha, female Orisha and male Orisha. The origin story of the earth in Ifa cosmology is that Oshun was the only female Orisha sent from Olorun to prepare the earth for humans. And all the male Orisha was so damn disrespectful that she was like, oh, y'all got it. Y'all don't need my contribution at all. Well, cool. I will take me and my contribution up the fuck out of here. I'm going to go to the moon and kick it for a little while y'all work this shit out. And as soon as she left, everything fell apart. Everything fell apart. They couldn't do nothing. Nothing. That's the origin story, according to Ifa mythology. That's the origin story about. So before humans was even here. Now, if this is the case, and you people who are these hardcore practitioners of Ifa, wait, something wrong with your mathematics. Something wrong with your mathematics. Oh, mister, we ain't learned how to do nothing bad to women until we met white people. You feel me? Just a little bit ago. That was just a half a second ago. But if your origin story says that Oshun was so offended by the male Orisha, she was sent to Earth to prepare the Earth for humans. How long humans been up on here? I'm talking about, mathematical, archaeological history, 1.5 million years as humanoid species, and about 350 to 500,000 years that humans have been on this goddamn planet. So something wrong with your mathematics. That if Oshun is telling a story about how she had to get the fuck up out of here because niggas don't know how to behave, niggas don't know how to act right. Not only that, I'm glad we're right here on Obatala, because the other part of that creation story is Obatala, the great god of white. That's what I was saying. I talk about Obatala a lot when we talk about astrology. And maybe she'll talk about that here. But in the creation story, Obatala was the one charged with creating humans. He was the one that was said to, quote, shape humans out of clay and send them to Oloru so Olodumare could breathe life into them and send them back to Earth, right? But Obatala got drunk. Obatala found some palm trees and took the palm nuts and made himself some palm wine and got stupid lit. And so all of a sudden, Olodumare, he's still trying to make the people. He turned up, he drunk, you feel me? And he's still making the people. And all of a sudden, Olodumare is like, yo, what's wrong with this person? Because Obatala is still sending people up to Olorun, and they looking crazy. They are lopsided, they are flicked, they missing an arm, or they are albino, or whatever. They midgets, they giants. He just doing all kind of crazy shit because he drunk while he's shaping the humans. And so when Olodumare finally convinces Oshun to come back to Earth because everything was falling apart, he convinces her to come back to Earth, and she got to clean up everybody's mess. Don't that sound about appropriate? Don't that sound just about right? That y'all don't want to listen to women, and you so prideful in your not wanting to listen to women that you fuck everything up, and then and you don't even stop when you see that shit is fucked up. You just keep going because your pride is like, I can do it, I'll fix it, and you just make it worse and worse and worse and worse and worse until you get to the critical point. You get to the critical point, you feel me? And then you got to be like, damn, you know what I'm saying? My bad, Oshun. You feel me? And then she got to come, and not only do she now have to do her work, her assigned job, but in order to save the day, she got to clean up all you niggas miss, all your arrogant. What's the saying? What is it? If at first you wait. The old saying was, if at first you don't succeed, try again. The new version of it is, if at first you don't succeed, take your ass back and do it how your mama told you how to do it in the first place. You understand what I'm saying? And so she comes and cleans up the mess. Obatala at this point he is unconscious. He done got so drunk, he done passed out. So she takes up the gauntlet to proceed to continue creating human beings. And Olodumare is like, oh, okay, here we go. This is what I'm talking about right here. So Oshun got to come down while this dude is passed out under the damn tree and shape the humans, send them up to Olodumare so he can send them back. She doing everything. She making everything go, right? And so we rarely hear that story. We hear about Obatala, the great god of the white cloth, and all of this shit. And we don't hear that the reason he's the god of the white cloth is that was his perpetual punishment, because he got lit and dropped the ball on his assignment. That Olodumare, quote, the great god in heaven, told him that you have to abstain for forever. You cannot listen. Told Obatala, the great god of the great god of the white cloth, the white light that governs your head, Olodumare, right? That for the rest of your life, you cannot enjoy anything that gives pleasure. That's what his perpetual punishment was that he could only wear white clothes, that he could not eat seasoning on his food. He could not have salt or seasoning on his food. He could not drink anything but water, right? He is the monk. He's the monk. Obatala. That's the story. And I'm telling you, the stories, they're not. So first of all, people be taking the stories real literal. And okay. People be talking about the Orature or whatever deity is the object of their affection. They be talking about the deities like they would be talking about human beings. They be reading these stories like they're reading a history book. The problem is they are reading a history book, but the history book is spoken in code. Spoken in code. I won't get that deep into it, but I'm just glad she's saying this. I'm glad she's talking about this, because it's been the thorn in my side mostly for about the last year, but for the longest time, probably since about 2018, when I really started with, first of all, I made the declaration that I was no longer going to identify myself as a devotee of Ifa, right? And what that meant afterwards, after having been a devotee for 15 years, well, what's next? Like, what am I going to do? What does this mean for my spiritual practice and my spiritual life? But also going into really doing this work, reading the Great Cosmic Mother, learning more about the social and political environments that surrounded these stories of, quote, gods and goddesses. They didn't emerge in a vacuum. What did I tell you? The professor said that all religion is the deification of culture. What was the political, agricultural, economic, financial, social culture of the people that, quote, gives rise to the deity that mirrors that period in human history? What is it that I read y'all the other day that Barbara Moore was saying? No, this is not the one that Barbara Moore was saying in the Great Cosmic Mother. Hold on. She was saying that it's such a good quote too. Hold on. What'd she say? I just read this to y'all. What'd she say? Here it is. What's she saying? Listen, okay. She says, the patriarchal godhead of all major world religions is defined as 1, a god of righteous war, 2, a dominator of women, 3, a god of wealth and hierarchic power, 4, an imperialist god who controls vast resources of wealth and power by controlling the female body and its reproductive processes as exploitable property, 5, a sexually puritanical god who defines sex as unclean and evil and thus elicits violent pornography as the sexual punishment and exorcism of women, and 6, a god who thrives on policing and punishing life itself. The world's definition of God is the self-definition of humanity. I don't know if you heard me right now. The world's definition of God, everywhere on earth, wherever men are in positions of power. Where is that? Every square inch of the goddamn planet. The world's definition of God. And what do we women believe about God? Whatever men tell us we're supposed to believe about God. The world's definition of God is the self-definition of humanity. The gods who rule us, quote, from above, are simply mirrors in the sky, faithfully reflecting our own faces. The gods who rule us from within might represent deep truths of the mind and the heart, or they might reflect the profound self-distortions of 4 millennia of ontological misperception. We do not know if a God is a true God or a false God until we see what kind of world is created in that God's image. Huh? Yo, when we look around today at the world generated by the male gods of patriarchal rule, all we see is warfare, degradation, suffering, and sadism on a scale such as the earth has never seen and never will again. For, of course, if we do not end this world, it will surely end us. Nor is it a problem of blood, of Muslim blood, of Hindu blood, of Christian blood, or of Jewish blood, or atheist communist blood, but a problem of ideology. If we embrace an ideology of justified holy war, we will forever be at war and inflicting war on others. If we worship a punitive God, we will forever be punished and punishing of others. If we believe in a religion that dualizes the human sexes into mutually hostile, dominating, and submissive categories of beings, then we, as sexual human beings, will be forever dichotomized and ravaged by hostility within ourselves and among ourselves, and we will inflict our internal alienation and ravagement onto everything that we see forever and ever. This is all very rudimentary, but once it has been set into motion as the world machinery, as world machinery, every living thing on earth is entangled in its gears. All our functions become definitively embodied in its functions. And it's very hard for those living inside the machinery to stop the machine, bitch, because our lives and all their ontological terms have come to depend on the ongoing machinery in all its terms. Woo! Shit. Because as human beings, we not only worship our gods, we become them. Listen, this woman was preaching. She was really, really preaching. This book was written in 87, y'all. She is experiencing the world under motherfucking Ronald Reagan when she wrote this shit right here. And it can read like she wrote this shit today. She said, because as human beings, we not only worship our gods, we become them. The God humanity follows is the kind of humanity we are and will be. What kind of God do we want as our definition? We will know the answer to this more clearly as we come to understand the kind of God which, for 4,000 years, has been defining us all, has been imposing its definition on us, us human creatures, via the machinery of patriarchal religious, economic, and military systems. The God of patriarchy from the beginning has been a God of war and economic exploitation. Incessant warfare and economic exploitation have characterized the 4,000-year history of this male God, a time span that is very brief relative to the 300 to 500,000 years of humanoid life on Earth, but still long enough to make us feel as a species that it's, quote, always been this way. It is no surprise that the world of today, the apotheosis of patriarchy, is a world of war and money. What else rules us anywhere we go on Earth? The paradigm of continuous, large-scale war is the institutionalized dualism of the sexes into, quote, good spiritual males versus, quote, evil material females, i.e., male versus female is the first holy war. The paradigm of continuous large-scale economic exploitation is the institutionalized control of female reproduction by a ruling male elite, i.e., male controlling female reproduction is the first boss controlling worker production. Come on in the room. The first assembly line domination of human energy. In the modern world, we are told that there are two very different and competing economic power systems. But in fact, they are ontologically the same, deriving from the same God of war and exploitation, from the same patriarchal definition of human life as a function of some larger abstract category, God, the state, the marketplace. American-based private enterprise monopoly capitalism defines human beings and all of nature as functions of the marketplace. Soviet-based public enterprise monopoly state capitalism defines human beings and all of nature as functions of the state. This girl did this shit. She wrote this shit. What is the ontological difference? To define human beings as functions or exploitable means rather than as sacred ends in ourselves is to create by definition a perpetual state of war. Yes, together, these two world machines, known politically as the US and the USSR, grind away as functions of each other, producing state economies and private economies in apparent or rhetorical conflict, both in reality subservient to one global unified war economy in which in turn serves both and in which both collude. God damn it. Oh, that's what I was telling y'all yesterday. There are no good guys in war. There are no good guys in war. I know you want to root for somebody because you have this team mentality. You need, if there's a quote good guy, then there has to be a bad guy, and I have to pick a side. There are no good guys in war. All there are victims and parasites. That's it. That's all. That's all. Are you the victim or are you the parasite? That's it. That's it. Because warfare doesn't do anything to enhance your life. Has it ever? You, the American citizen, has any war that America has ever been involved in or instigated, for that matter, has it ever benefited your pockets, your bank account, your life in any way measurable at all? I didn't know that this was going to be meaningful today because I made the commitment that I was only going to read. But let me tell you what I looked up today. For whatever reason, I was on the commode taking a leak. You know what I'm saying? I was like, you know what? Let me just see, right? Because y'all know I'm obsessed with etymology. I was like, I don't know where it's coming from, but let me just look this up right quick. And it's so relevant. And so now I know why I was looking this up. Because we have to. I hope. Yes, Nicole Psalm 23:6. She said male versus female is the first holy war. Absolutely, 1,000% yes. Okay, so in the Great Cosmic Mother, it's the next to the last chapter called I was just reading from Beyond the Male God and His Machine, and I started on page 393. So let me tell you what I was looking up today. Okay, all seemingly random, like didn't know it was going to apply to this very real moment right here. So the first word I looked up the etymology of is victory. Don't know why. Maybe it was in a song or something, but victory. Okay. And victory meaning triumph, conquest, vanquish, overcome, to fight, to conquer. That's what it means. That's what it means. I was like, damn. Okay. Then I was like, okay, well, let me look up the next word, which was victim. Victim was the next word I looked. This happened this morning. I was like, and so I looked up victim and I was shook. The etymology of the word victim means a sacrificial animal or person killed as a religious offering to a deity. Do you hear what I just said? Y'all didn't hear what I just said. Y'all did not hear what I just said. Because to the hardcore Marxist, Leninist, socialist theoretician, you feel me? The hardcore historical and material dialectician, you feel me? The one who is completely emphatically imposed to quote philosophical dualism. See, I learned that shit. I spent 15 years learning that bullshit and ass bullshit coming from the Communist Party, coming from Russia, the Soviet Union, and all of that shit. They will be so dogmatic and unwavering, unflinching in their understanding that they will hear this and they won't hear. All they'll hear is "She said God," and they will check out. They'll literally check out. But the definition, the etymology of the word victim means a sacrificial animal or person killed as a religious offering. And then what she's saying here is that the marketplace and the state and God and all of that, whether it's socialism or whether it's capitalism, all serve one God, and that God is a God of war and economic exploitation with his most enthusiastic sights set on the reproductive bodies of females. That's it. It's that simple. It ain't complicated. And then once you see that shit and can finally accept it, you see it everywhere. Oh, you see it everywhere. Baby, you see it everywhere. The need for this very same God to conquer any iconography historically associated with the mother. Remember that whole long diatribe we went on the other day? And I know y'all thought I was crazy. And I was talking about why are there always wheat fields and cornfields and all these goddamn horror movies? Like, why they do that? I never understood. Like, yeah, okay, it's scary to be walking through a goddamn cornfield or wheat field, but why is it all? There's so many goddamn movies with wheat fields or cornfields and some shit trying to get you and some shit trying to kill you. I'm like, why they do that? It is based in this deep memory that we have of all of these goddess worshiping societies that were thriving at the apex of the agrarian age. Yeah. That's why the goddamn communist flag of the Soviet Union has wheat all over it. That's why the goddamn flag of China has wheat all over it. That's why the coins, look at the old money in the United States, wheat all over it. That's why all of these countries all throughout Asia got wheat wrapped around their goddamn emblems and flags and shit. I'm like, why they got wheat? Who is wheat associated with, first of all? Who is wheat associated with, first of all? Anybody? 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 Surprise me. Who is wheat associated with? Thank you, Virgo, all day, every day. Who is Virgo? Because what else she got? She got a sheath of wheat in one hand. What she got in the other hand? What she got in the other hand? Because the wheat is about abundance that the mother guarantees, right? It is about the harvest season that she owns and controls to guarantee the bounty needed to survive the cold winter. Yes, baby, yes. Nicole, Psalm 23:6. What else she got in the other hand? The scales of justice. Who is the scales of justice associated with? Libra, which is the sign that comes after her. That's her mama, Libra. That's her mama. That's why she got the scales of justice in her hands, because yes, I am going to give in abundance and bounty and make sure all my babies around the world is taken care of. And at the same time, let somebody try one of my babies. I'm slaying somebody. I'm lopping somebody's head right the fuck off. That's what she is, both as the personification of the goddess in the myriad of ways that she presents herself. That's why in every society they call the goddess, even if they identify her, they call her is singular, yet multifaced. They call her what? They call her the she with 10,000 names. Because she got 10,000 faces. Because she got 10,000 phases. You feel me? She's a baby. Then she's a little teenager. Then she get her menstrual cycle and her hormones be all over the place. So she look crazy, right? She get pregnant. Her belly get all big. Shit start leaking out of titties. Because she has, on this earth, in real time, 10,000 faces. You see what I'm saying? All of these mythologies are based in reality. They are based in identifiable sciences. Thank you so much for the donation, ancient mamas. These are based in science. These are based in observation. These are based in cultural norms, observed social relationships among human beings, and how those social relationships impacted their actual bodies, their actual chemistry. You feel me? And so I'm looking up the word victim because I'm on one this morning. You feel me? And the word victim says sacrificial animal or person killed as a religious offering. That's the first and oldest definition. And so you think I'm sounding crazy when I say that America is a godhead of war, that we have created this godhead of war. Not only have we created this godhead of war, but we have pledged our life to this godhead of war. We have pledged our babies to this godhead of war. We have made sure that we give enough offerings to this godhead of war to keep this godhead of war alive and thriving. We have shed tears to this goddamn godhead of war. We have shed blood to this goddamn godhead of war. We think that, I'm telling you, if you do not see that these symbols are literally the attempt by the malignant to seize power from you, to use you to give it life. You give this bitch life. That's what you do. Your suffering, your fear, your trauma. Do you think that trauma porn is an accident? That they censor the hell out of your throat chakra, but let you see all these terrible images free and in the clear and on a 24-hour fucking repeat cycle. They'll let you see all the terrible shit, but dare not say anything about, you can't even say the words of the terrible thing that they let you see all day, every day with no motherfucking filter. Do you think that's an accident? No, it's not an accident, because they are literally harvesting. They even use the language of your mother, harvesting your emotions to bloat itself like any parasite would. You feel me? And so here you can read the etymology of victim, and they tell you in your face, every time some pig shoots some brown skin, black skin, red skin person, the reason that they don't go to jail, the reason that they go on paid administrative leave, is because this is the strategically organized process of guaranteeing that we have a regular offering on the altar before the Godhead of war known as the United States of America. That's why there's no as a matter of fact, there's a whole documentary that shows you how many cops have, quote, been fired as a consequence of, because they don't go to jail. That's a given. But those that have been fired from a department for, killing some innocent person, guess what? They usually get hired at another department at a raise. Why? Because y'all can't see it, because y'all have been taught history as this dichotomized set of circumstances that don't touch each other. But when I see the police, when I see the goddamn police, I don't see nothing different than the motherfucker in Europe during the Inquisition. You feel me? And his ass is holding a big old like axe or some shit, or he got your head in a motherfucking guillotine or some shit. And so that he, after he do a day's work, an 8-hour day of because look, man, everything that the mother has ever done, this malignant motherfucker is trying to reproduce in opposition. So if you have a whole, 300,000 year story articulated in different ways around the world about how the mother's voice, the logos of the mother speaking, and when she opens her mouth, the material world is changed. You hear me? How just her voice can speak your destiny over your head, or have the this and this and this and this, right? And so you want to reproduce that kind of power because you know it's familiar, deeply embedded in your material. It's familiar to you. How do you exploit that familiarity of the logos of creation coming out of your mother's mouth and it changing the material world? How do you reproduce that as a death god? as the god of a murder cult, of a global murder cult? What you do is you place yourself in a position of power over people's lives. You place yourself in a position of power where you can create an economic catastrophe that will guarantee that those who are impacted by the economic catastrophe will have no other choice than to become the fucking executioners of their friends, their families, their countrymen, and this and that and this and that. So in Europe, for some 700 goddamn years, you impose the economic crisis that will always ensure that the starving males of the population will take up arms against the females in the population as the executioners, as the judges, as the chargers of, as the arresters of these, quote, weak females who definitely can't fight back. You get your cut. In your right mind, you wouldn't be doing no job like this, but goddamn, I gotta eat and this and that and this and that. So you justify these aggressions against the weakest among you, because it's always the weakest among you. You become the goddamn executioner with the hood on, with your axe or whatever instrument of torture and despair you gonna use at any given time. And then once you clock out after your 8-hour shift of killing people, of torturing people and shit, you can hang your hood up after you punch your clock and go home, and nobody in the community is wiser. You feel me? Nobody in the community knows that you are the executioner that just killed your cousin or your mom and them or whatever. And y'all have such a successfully dichotomized brain that you cannot see the direct relationship between what the goddamn Inquisition, that y'all be reading about for like a half a second in your history books. Do you know that the official end of the Department of the Holy Roman Inquisition did not close until 1962, bitch? It ain't like this shit was hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years ago. The Department of the Holy Roman Inquisition did not officially close until 1962. The last person executed after having been tried as a witch, the last execution of a, quote, witch under the Department of the Inquisition was in 1923. 1923 was the last person burnt alive as a witch under a judgment coming from the Department of the Holy Roman Inquisition. And y'all think that somehow what we're experiencing today is not tied to an unbroken goddamn legacy that's still all that. What I was telling you about the brothers in the movement, how when shit change and people get hip to the game, all they do is pivot. They don't change their behavior. They just pivot. Oh shit, they up on game. We gotta disguise ourselves a different way. It's the same way everywhere and in every period of history. And that's the thing that be blowing my mind. Because I was saying 4 years ago, when we finished reading Pure Lust, and I don't remember what was happening. This was 4 years ago. This was under Biden's administration. It was because Biden hadn't been in office 2 months, bitch. Y'all got short-term memory like a motherfucker. I'm trying to tell you. Because y'all talking about, what is it, Project Esther, what is it, Project 2025, and oh my God, it's so terrible and diabolical and this and that and this and that. But y'all got short-term memory because Biden hadn't even been in office 2 whole months. 2 months. When he launched us into this aggression between Ukraine and Russia. He had not even been inaugurated 2 months. I remember the day that he made the announcement that we were going to engage, we were going to intervene in this aggression between Ukraine and Russia. It was February 24th of 2022. I remember the day because it was George Washington's birthday, 2022, February 24th, 2022, February 22, 2022. And it was 2 days after this giant ass event happened where Pluto entered into Aquarius for the first time since the founding of this country. I said they did that on purpose. They make this declaration on the goddamn 250th birthday of the first president of this monstrous bitch. And y'all think that shit was an accident? And that motherfucker walked us into two aggressions, because he walked us into the Ukraine Russia thing that ended up giving Ukraine $182 billion. Y'all don't say nothing about that because that happened 4 years ago, so it obviously ain't got nothing to do with today. Y'all crazy. Y'all don't say nothing about that. Not only that, this whole thing that y'all been screaming and yelling about Palestine and shit like that motherfucker walked us into that. Biden walked us into this aggression with this intervention with Israel and Palestine. That was all under Biden's administration. But because the big bad monster that is Donald J. Trump has taken possession of the reins of power, you ain't got no smoke for nobody else, as if this was not a strategic mounting of a chessboard that started with our entry into this goddamn century. But we have to start seeing history circularly. We have to start seeing history as a web where every single strand is always connected and forever impactful. Because this whole century, we are 26 years into this century, and we baptize this century in warfare. Baptize this century not only in warfare, in massive deception to justify warfare, and it hasn't ebbed. Your beloved Barack Obama was a monster among monsters, but because he was suave, you know what I'm saying, because he was debonair, you know what I'm saying, because he could hang with the young brothers on the goddamn basketball court and shit, you ain't got shit to say. You really do not have a single word to say about the criminality of 8 years under Barack Hussein Obama. Even as it was his administration and his goddamn partnership with his homegirl, Hillary Clinton, war criminal that this bitch is, who even in real time as they are murdering scores of thousands of black-skinned people who look just like your cousins, Neil, but because they on the continent of Africa, you do not see yourself in them. You do not see that what is happening to them could very well happen to your black ass here in the United States. And from that day to this, from 2008 to today, black people have never recovered from what the fuck happened to Libya under Barack Hussein Obama. Have never recovered. As a matter of fact, the open air market sale of black-skinned people in Libya has not ebbed as a consequence. And meanwhile, under Gaddafi, who y'all say is a bad guy, and that's fine, because I don't believe in no man in no position of power. But at least under Gaddafi, black people in Libya had the highest, what do they call it? the highest standard of living of black-skinned people on the whole continent. He was the last leader from the revolutionary age of Africa, the 1950s and the 1960s. He was the last one left. They ganked everybody else. And because you don't see any connection with, no ties to, and white people love that. White people love this discussion. I don't know how I got off on this, but white people love this discussion. They love to hear black people up on here, up on what they call it. What's this man's name? What was his name? Al Gore's internet. That might be too old for some of y'all. But up on here on this Al Gore's internet, they love to see black skinned people talking about, I ain't no African. I ain't nowhere. I ain't got nothing African in me. I'm indigenous to the Americas and this and that and this and that. And that's fine. I'm not saying that's not a false statement, but your premise, the insidiousness behind what you say, white people like good. The less niggas we have associating with Africa, relating to Africa, seeing themselves in Africa, the better. It'll make Africa bare and wide open for the fucking taking. Great. We love this conversation among these weirdos talking about we are the quote foundational black Americans and the Americas is ours. First of all, multiple things can be true at the same time, but the way that you articulate this idea of foundational black Americans is real insidious. It's real nasty. It's funky is what it is. It's funky. It's funky. It's funky. And the police love it. The police love it. The police love when you talk that bullshit. They love it. The less diasporic black-skinned people who associate, relate to, see themselves in the continent that's still pumping out all this goodness for us to be stealing, the better. The least amount of people we have making it difficult for us to continue to rob Africa blind, the better. Y'all weirdos. I don't give a fuck. Y'all weirdos. I don't know how I got on that. But this right here, every child, every woman, every man, every son that has ever died, and every war. Imagine. I'm gonna pull these numbers. I was thinking about it today. I sat up on here way longer than I intended to, looking through the estimated loss of life for different wars, for certain wars. And we don't have those numbers. There's a reason we don't have a quote compilation of the loss of life of all wars combined. There's a reason for that. There's a reason for that. And I was just looking at these numbers. I was looking at all of these laws, man. Oh my God. All of these priests. You know that your current pope, who is an Augustinian. I guess there's only been 3 Augustinian popes. So I was like, who is St. Augustine and why is he important? And why is this new Pope Leo the 14th an Augustinian? And why does it matter? That's all I did. And St. Augustine is the one most cited for distributing the church's position on justifiable war. Yes, the church, he was considered a doctor of the church based on his contributions to changing the theology of the church, St. Augustine. And he was the one that defined what was justifiable as a reason to enter into war, what behavior was justifiable within the context of war, and how could the lands and the resources be justifiably divided after the completion of war. This St. Augustine, this is the philosophy that governs your new current pope. While he talking all that bullshit, I listened to every speech this motherfucker made. Every single speech this motherfucker done made since he became the Pope last April. Because I see everything. I see everything. And so while he talking about facilitating peace discussions, and he's so mild-mannered in his articulations, and y'all love him, even though your asses ain't Catholic, just because he Negro adjacent-esque and shit, baby, They playing with y'all. And all of these men are in on what they see as the easy hostile takeover of the resources of the world. That's what this shit is about. There are no good guys in war. Not under the patriarchal God, they most motherfucker ain't. Now, unless these sisters want to take to the street on some OG gangster shit, on some, what's her name, Boudica, on some Queen A Honda shit, on some Ya Asantewaa shit, on some goddamn Queen Nzinga shit, then you have a good guy in the goddamn war. Outside of that, men fighting men, it's always about resources. It's always about wealth. It's always about loot. And it's always about booty. It is not an accident that the United States government that is using AI for all of its military aggressions, and they are so precise and so pristine in their technology, and quote, it was some kind of, y'all think it was an accident that the first bombs Israel and the United States dropped on Iran were 2 all-girls schools? Y'all say it's everything but what the fuck it is, because y'all cannot see that everything that happens in this society is ritual. It doesn't believe these motherfuckers believe in God. I want you to hear what I'm saying. They rely on the familiarity, on the consistency, on your primal, your reptilian, your ancient memory of the what's the word I'm looking for? Of the sanctity, of the bigness of ceremonial ritual practice. Every day of your life, they are exploiting ancestral memory. Baby, that's all. It's science that I'm talking to you about. God is a scientific phenomenon, bitch. It's not make-believe, because just your belief in God, what? Impacts the material world, changes the goddamn material world. Why? Because what you believe in your head will dictate your behavior, and your behavior will always have an impact on the material world. That's why you can see 250 something little babies from the age of 5 to 12, all girls, get bombed by this monstrous motherfucker, and you will say it's everything but what you are seeing in real time, which is what? What this here internet say is the goddamn etymology of the word victim means one thing. That's the one definition they got. A sacrificial animal or person killed as a religious offering to a deity. That's what it means. That's what it means. So when you talk about the black skin victims of police violence, you saying out your mouth what they telling you without telling you. That the reason don't nobody go to, as a matter of fact, let me show you what I found at a book sale. They was having a big old fundraising book sale. They only did this book. I remember when this book came out. They only made one copy of, they only released one edition because it was so goddamn controversial. I remember because it came out in 1999. 1999. This book right here. I got this book for 75 cents just a couple of weeks ago at a goddamn book sale, a fundraising book sale. I got this book for 75 cents. Stolen lives, killed by law enforcement. It was an organization that was trying to compile a list of names and dates of all the people whose lives had been taken by the police, because the federal government to this day and local police departments still refuse to keep the records. Because if they kept the records, you would see in plain sight that this is something other than anything that they're telling you that, quote, justifies the loss of life at the hands of the police. This shit is ritual, bitch. This shit is ritual. This shit is ritual. That's why they want you to see it. That's why they want you to see it. You see, but this is what happens when everything that is in your understanding, everything that you've ever been taught, every understanding that you have is just these little parallel compartmentalized lines that never touch, that never interact. And so you do not ever see the relationship between this and this, because that's over here and that don't count over here. You don't see a web. You do not see the connection that is everything. Remember what I was telling y'all last week? There is only one past. There's only one past. There's only one present. There's only one future. That's it. That's it. When we even everything that we learn, baby, is dichotomized. It's compartmentalized for a reason. So you've got British history over here, and you've got Black history over here, and you've got Mexican American studies over here, and you've got LGBTQIA studies over here, and everything is compartmentalized. And because you have been so traumatized by this shit, you and denied a image of yourself within the grand tapestry that is singular, your ass say, well, cool, I want to know more about me since I didn't learn shit about me in high school, so I'm going to go and major in African American studies like I did for the first year. Or I'm going to go and major in women's studies like I did, whoever, right? Or I'm going to go and major in Mexican American studies because I do not see myself in the 12 foundational years of your life. You don't see yourself reflected in history no motherfucking where, except as the victim of the victors. That's the only way you see yourself. The only thing you know about yourself as a Black person is that y'all all used to be some slaves over here, and then one day you was not slaves. That's it. And so you go and major in this shit that further deepens the goddamn chasm of separation between all things. So even though you are proficient, like I'm saying about these self-proclaimed, self-taught Black nationalists, Black historians, they can tell you everything that happened on the continent always and forever and never tell you the relationship that those events had on the rest of the world at the same time that those events were happening. Never. Well, at the time that this thing over here was happening, that's why I was talking to y'all about Akhenaten the other day. Because when I came into goddamn consciousness, Akhenaten was considered one of the great pharaohs in Kemetic history, right? And it is not until, I don't know, the last 3 months or so that I'm reading all these articles about Akhenaten and how his very short reign in Egypt had such a long and reverberating impact, not only on Egypt, on the entire. Egypt was considered the center of the fucking world for 33 dynasties, bitch. And how this one young pharaoh in his madness, man, who attempted to erase the cosmos out of the memory of the entire people. And how was he able to do that? Through brute force, bitch. He wasn't preaching sermons and shit to win people philosophically or really. He's like, I control the state, so God is what the fuck I say today. See what I'm saying? He was the face of the state. He was the face of the state. And y'all think this motherfucker that's in office is somehow different than any single other iteration of a mad king drunk with power and accepting that there is no consequence for any action because he has conceived in his mind that he has the divine right to rule because he sees himself as the embodiment of the sun god in this period that all of these men have accepted is their divine fulfillment of fucking prophecy. I'm telling you, it's what it is. I'm telling you, this is what it is. And once you see it, it cannot be unseen. It can't be unseen. It's the only way to explain those things that up until this moment, we don't have an explanation for why these motherfucking weirdos behaving this way. Don't they know that if they do this shit, they aren't just destroying us, they're destroying themselves, everything. Why would they do that? Because these, you can go down the line. What Barbara Moore say here? But look, you see this? This book was released one time for 1 year, 1999. These are all the people that they could account for who lost their lives in 1 year at the hands of the police. There was 2,000 people, all black-skinned. Oh, there were some Mexicans. That's right, there were some Mexicans. But they put everybody in here. They put everybody, white people, black people, Mexican people, Native people, everybody that lost their lives as a consequence of coming in contact with motherfucking police is in this book for the 1 year that they could compile the information. I paid 75 fucking cents for this shit. You understand? And you will see it. You will see it as it's just another example of institutionalized racism. You will see your babies are still getting brutalized and terrorized in these goddamn institutions called institutions of education, and you will still see all the trauma, all the terror, all the shit that happens to your babies all the time. It's everything but what the fuck it is. The patriarchal god of war and exploitation can only produce war and exploitation. He may be able to clean up the edges, blunt the edges, soften it up, put a new shine on it so it's not as overt, but the outcome is still the same. The outcome is still the same. I'm talking about this sister who they kept on life support. She was the guinea pig to see exactly how much they could get away with. This sister kept on life support, actually dead. Her dead body kept on life support for 6 months to, quote, preserve and protect the sanctity of the life that she was pregnant with, even though it's y'all fault she died in the first place. And how her mama was so, I just saw an interview with her mama not too long ago. And I understand. There was rage, there was grief, because she wasn't even allowed the opportunity to adequately grieve her baby, to grieve her daughter who was fine and well till she went in that goddamn institution and lost her fucking life. And then to save face, they put her on life support under the auspice that they tried to save the baby. No, they was trying to cover their tracks because they killed that girl. They killed that girl. And so everything becomes the issue, but the issue that they murdered that girl, and to save face, everything becomes why they keeping her on life support to support the life of this baby and this and that. And y'all fall right in line with the narrative they fucking force feed you every time, all the time. Whatever your opposition is saying, take the immediate opposing position. Nothing that they say out of their mouth is truth. Nothing, not ever, not in the 4,000 years that this monstrous motherfucker has given birth to itself on this planet. Nothing. And they will do whatever. They will fuck you. They will marry you. They will treat you like an empress. You will have babies and all of this shit. Meanwhile, they serving the state, bitch. I don't give a fuck. Meanwhile, they serving the state. Meanwhile, they are a parasite, literally draining the life force from you, and they tell you in your face every day of the week, and you still see something other than what it is. They will tell you. They have gotten so big and so audacious and so arrogant that they will tell you every day to your face what their intentions are for you, and you will still see it. Listen, everything but what the fuck they saying. Let me just tell you something. You remember that little white boy I was telling y'all about, whose YouTube channel I really like? He won't never come to the right conclusion, but I like his channel. I like him to the point that he can take you to. He can't take you to no conclusion, boo. But I like his page. His page is called Morgue Official. And I watched this video that he did where he was talking about, I have discovered the secret to immortal life, right? And he's reading from like the hidden books of the Bible, like the book of Thomas and, the book of Enoch and all of this shit. And he's just drawing this little, weaving this little tapestry together of all the things, quote, Jesus said that were left out of the Bible, right? To draw you to the conclusion of how to attain eternal life. And as close as he got, even saying the words, I was like, come on, baby. Yes, you can do it. You're right there. Because he was close. I was like, oh shit, I think this white boy about to have a breakthrough up in here. It was so close. And these motherfuckers be so invested in whiteness. They be so invested in masculinity. They be so invested in their penises. You can enjoy your penis without it leading you around the world astray. Your penis is not a weapon, though your Father God has convinced you that it is. Because St. Augustine, who is the archetype of who your current Pope is based off of, he is one of 25,000 known practicing Augustinians on earth. There ain't but 25,000 people who practice Augustinianism. You feel me? And your Pope is one. And Augustine was the one that said that within the context of war, anything is justifiable to secure God's country. That's what he said. What did he say? You do what you got to do. You got to terrorize the women and the babies. God will grant you absolution for that shit, as long as it's within the context of a justifiable war. That's what Augustine said. That's what he said. He said, you do what you got to do to secure these lands from these goddamn infidels and these heathens, these colored motherfuckers all over the place. Do what you got to do, and God will grant you absolution. Just get the lands, get the loot. If you got to terrorize women and babies, do what you got to do to secure this shit for the greater good. Who's the greater good for? It ain't for you, because your ass ain't never benefited from a war. Not a single war. Even that bullshit ass war they tell you that you benefited from, that it was the Civil War that gave black people freedom. No, it wasn't. It was black people that gave black people freedom. The Civil War was an inevitability because black people was causing a problem all over this motherfucker. All of these motherfuckers could not sleep because rebellion was breaking out every other day. And as soon as some black people over here heard about rebellion, they was like, fuck it. If they can do it, bitch, we can do it too. Plotting and scheming. I just told y'all about the goddamn book that the white woman wrote called Medical Revolutionaries, how it was the women that jumped off most of these goddamn rebellions in the antebellum South and in the islands where all these enslaved black people was, because they had already been staging subtle rebellions, killing babies as midwives. This is rebellion. Grinding up glass to a fine powder to put in the soups and stews so it didn't look obvious that they died of some kind of problem. Over days, she would be feeding them glass, until finally it just looked like they died of some kind of viral outbreak. You feel what I'm saying? And because you don't know the history of rebellion, I get so distressed when I hear young people talking about, I ain't my ancestors. I care. You won't do shit, boo. You really, really won't. Because your ancestors, contrary to what you've been force-fed, some bullshit, your goddamn ancestors was gangsters, is what they were. Your goddamn ancestors was revolutionaries. Your goddamn ancestors was about that motherfucking life. That's what they was. Your ass ain't that. They begging for it. They rooting for you, but you ain't them. Not in that way. Their blood still lives in you, but while you got that patriarchal bright ass sky in your head taking up all the space, so you blinded by the light, so you can't see a motherfucking thing, your ass will serve the state. Your ass, as long as you are blinded by the light of patriarchy, I don't give a fuck who you are. Male, female, all the genders in between, black, white, all the races in between, young, old, I don't give a fuck. As long as your ass is a patriarch in any way, your ass is the police. Whether you conscious police or whether it's just your behavior, it's just your scientifically manipulated default behavior. Because I feel empathy for y'all. I do. Those of you who are still, I do be feeling empathy for people, even people who are like weirdos and shit. You know what I'm saying? Like goddamn MAGA people. I be feeling a lot of empathy. I know it sounds crazy. I know it sounds crazy. But I'm not offering absolution. I be feeling real sorry for MAGAs. I be feeling sorry. I do. I be feeling sorry. Like this dude was talking the other day about the Smith, Morrissey. And like what happened to him that he turned into such a white nationalist, misogynistic weirdo? Like what happened to him? I asked the same thing because I love the Smiths. I love Morrissey. And he was a rebel. You know what I'm saying? God saved the queen. And it was like a what you call it? Yeah, it was like a slander. Like he was essentially saying, fuck the queen, fuck the monarchy. They was rebels. All these bands. And all of a sudden it's like, so what happens? You get old and you become a reactionary? Is that what I'm looking at? Why are all these bands that defined rebellion for me like turning state? Like why are these motherfuckers turning state? Because the state is white. The state is male. The state hates women. And so they white and they male and they hate women all of a sudden. So I must need to align with that is most closely related to my presentation in the world. So even though in my youth I was a rebel, even in my youth I was a gangster, when I get money, when I become wealthy, I need to be a turncoat, bitch. I need to betray my baby self. I need to betray my younger self. Because there ain't no way else to explain it. There's so many. And I'm like, because I'll be asking myself, I just turned 50. I was like, is what I'm witnessing just like the inevitability of getting old? Like you just become an agent when you get old? Like you just become boring when you get old? Like what the fuck is it I'm looking at? What is it I'm looking at? Like you just turn state once you get old? Like what am I looking at? What am I looking at? You feel me? And it's deeper than even my prior understanding. The state is in everything. It's everywhere. You are the byproduct. Just like what she said here. Once the gods are created, we don't just worship the gods. We become them. We become their little baby personifications all over the world. Whether it's conscious or whether it's our programming. We the police. We the police. And the what's the word I'm looking for? The severity of the sickness of the police, the severity of the progression of the disease of the police. The progression of the disease will determine how malignant your behavior is in the world. You feel me? And so in another book, man, this is how I would like to teach. I would like to teach, like as she's coming down on me, have all these books just laid out. Oh shit, let me pull out this other book because there's another book, Pure Lust, and in Beyond God the Father, where she says, oh, let me find that. Cause she said that shit. Oh, and it was so eloquent. Oh, it was so eloquent. What she say? Mary Daly. She said that patriarchy has done such an excellent job at defining and securing itself in the world and in the consciousness of every single solitary human on earth. It's done such a good job that the machine runs on its own. The machine runs on its own. And she said she said, so because it's so eloquent in this orchestration, the establishment of the white father God in your head, right? Blinding you by the light, like blinding you with the light. God damn it. She said, I'm gonna have to paraphrase because I thought my book was closed. Like, what the fuck? It is closed. I can feel it. But she said, girl, where you at? Ooh. Oh, that's gonna drive me crazy. She said, this motherfucker is such a well-oiled machine that where is this book? Now I'm gonna read. I always have it right here. What the fuck? That's gonna annoy me. So I guess that's my project for tonight is to find this goddamn book. She said, I'm gonna paraphrase, I promise. She said, this motherfucker's done such a good job that the agents of the state don't even know that they're agents of the state. She said, as a matter of fact, this thing has done such a good job that the agents of the state that don't know they're agents of the state, who actually think they against the state, like they be on some fuck the police type of shit, but they are the police. You understand? They think they rebels. They think they rebels. Meanwhile, they the police. That's how good a job this thing's done. And she named them all. She said, look, motherfucker, if you, she went off. I want to find this book because she named everybody. She said, if your ass has ever beat up a woman, bitch, you the police. That's what she said. She said, if you have ever raped, killed, harmed a woman or a child, your ass is actually the police. You are actually doing the bidding of the one that has their foot on your neck. Your ass is the police. You are an agent. She literally calls them that in the book. She said, what did she say? She said, if your ass is a pimp, your ass is the police. She said, if your ass is a lawyer, I was like, oh shit, shots fired. Shots fired. She said, if your ass is a lawyer, bitch, you the police. What else she said? Oh, who else? She said, if your ass is a banker, your ass is the police. Mary Daly went the fuck in. She was like, all you niggas is the police. Because every single solitary thing that you do deepens the solidification of the state. It deepens the grip that the state has on your life, and particularly on the lives of women and children. Your ass is the police. If you hate women, your ass is the police. Makes perfect sense to me. Because if you say, fight the power, down with the man, down with imperialism, down with the police, down with the state, fuck the cops, and that's all your line. And at the same time that you saying all this shit, you go home and you make your partner's life hell. You ain't about the life you say you about. You really are not. That's why even this thing that is happening, that's unfolding in the Middle East, that is an outright chessboard, diversionary goddamn power play between all these sets of malignant males in power. Iran is not the good guy, bitch. Stop doing that. Stop doing that. Because just yesterday, your opposition, this government will use their feigned concern about the oppression of the Iranian women, and they will find one or two Iranian women that they can pay to give like a little soundbite to say, we're so glad that America came and rescued us from this tyrannical leader. Meanwhile, the United States government going anywhere based on the concern of the conditions of women? Really though? Really though? The United States of America is the bad guy. Israel is the bad guy. Iran is the bad guy. Afghanistan is the bad guy. China is the bad guy. African countries are the bad guy. Europe is the bad guy. Everybody is the bad guy as long as men dominate the whole goddamn planet. Their interest is all united. It's all the same. I'm trying to tell you, it's all the same. It's all the same. It's all the same. It's all the same. We literally watched one after another, just 2 years ago, one after another, everywhere on earth, women's seemingly spontaneous women's movements, breaking out all over the place. Fuck the police, fight the power, this and this and that. And as soon as women got up the nerve, as soon as women got up the gumption to face off with the motherfucking state, they men fell right in line. Isn't that something? The same men that have been terrorizing them behind closed doors, as soon as these women start bucking the system, oh shit, my wife just took her hijab off. She said she going outside without her burqa. This bitch serious. Let me hold on. I don't want to get caught in the crossfire. She done got up the nerve to walk out her house, and just by walking out of her house in a t-shirt and blue jeans with her hair out is a federal offense that can have her ass arrested and killed. This bitch mean business. Let me follow the fucking line. And everywhere on earth, so spontaneously, it was like exciting. All these women bucking the system. China, Japan, South Korea, baby, South Korea was on that shit. And they were successful in quelling their rebellion in South Korea. You ain't heard nothing again from it in a year. Because we women everywhere on earth see our peculiar brand of oppression as something separate from the rest of the women of the goddamn world. We do that. Here you had an 88-year-old woman, an 88-year-old French woman, brutalized by her husband of 40 fucking years, where this motherfucker was drugging her regularly to allow strangers from the internet to come and abuse her body, her lifeless body, and then gaslit the fuck out of her to the degree that she was talking about, maybe I need to go into a mental institution because I feel like something's wrong with me. The doctor saying ain't nothing wrong with you because the doctor has been one of the motherfuckers at his house abusing the goddamn woman. So she say something is wrong with my goddamn vagina, bitch. He's like, ain't nothing wrong with your vagina. That's what he told her. Nothing's wrong with your vagina. It's in your mind. It's in your mind. 10 years of this shit. It was the most gruesome story that had been made popular in a long time. Because we heard terrible stories. But it was the one that was globally, everybody on earth was, first of all, acting shocked and surprised, dismayed, and bewildered. Like, we ain't heard stories as gruesome, as terrible as that. But it was the one that was like the shot heard around the goddamn world. This case. And then on top of it, because France is such a pristine and polite country and all of this shit, the courts offered her anonymity so that she would not be exposed, that she could be anonymous while going through the trial, and they would not allow cameras in. She was like, fuck that. She's like, I'm not the criminal here. I'm not the criminal here. Yes. Cameras and all. I want everybody within the sound of my goddamn voice to know what this monstrously diabolical. Every time I talk about that case, I cannot. I done heard monstrous stories. I have. And the most monstrous stories, yes, there's stories of some weirdo stranger who kidnaps a little girl and keeps her as a house pet for 19 years or whatever. But it's still kind of that like detachment. You know what I'm saying? The impersonality of it. That like, okay, this is just the byproduct, weirdo of whatever the fuck, right? This woman was married to this man for 40 years. They have children and grandchildren and great-grandchildren. Lived in the house they built. The depth, man. The depth of the diabolatry, yo. The depth of the diabolatry. And then, because of the case, only 52 of the 89 people charged, only 52 of them were found guilty because there wasn't, quote, enough evidence to hold the other 30-something. Y'all ain't hear me. And the fact that we ain't even talking about this shit no more, it's perplexing. It's perplexing. But the police were so shocked at this network of men. They were saying that this girl would go out her house and see neighbors that lived on her block for 20, 30 years. Hey, Mr. Friendly. Hey, Mr. Neighbor. Hey, Mr. Milkman. Hey, Mr. Hey, Mr. Postman. And every motherfucker everybody she was speaking to had come into her home while she was unconscious to assault her. They were like, we were amazed at how many people she knew for years, for decades, who came into this woman's house, child. They lived 3-4 blocks down the road. Kids grew up together and shit. That her children were devastated. Her daughter, baby. They were saying when the police was looking through his hard drive and shit, they said we couldn't count how many videos this motherfucker had of his daughter over years. He never touched her, but this motherfucker would wait until his baby was asleep, man, since she was little. And go into the room and remove the blankets and pull her under to get video of her to send to his homies. God damn it, man. Yo. They were saying that the network of people on these dark websites that this dude, they were like, it would have even, if there was an economic incentive, they were like, okay, this is terrible what he did, and it would be terrible, but, maybe this will help us rationalize why the fuck he would do something like this if he was getting paid. Nobody paid him. It wasn't like he was pimping his wife out. There was no money exchanged at all. To me, there's a deeper level of insidiousness just knowing that, because we know Weird ass motherfuckers will do anything for money. We do know that people will do shit that quote they normally wouldn't do if they needed money. Even that wouldn't apply here, but okay, this dude saw the opportunity to make a couple $100,000 or something. He's like, you ain't gotta pay. The only thing I ask is let me record it. Let me record it. For 10 years, for a decade, his wife thought she was going insane. Her health deteriorating. Do you know why her health was deteriorating? Because even though her doctor, who was in on it, was telling her that there was nothing wrong with her and that it must be in her head, that when she finally realized what had happened, she went to another doctor and she had 4 STDs that had been untreated for the years that she had been exploited. Can y'all believe that shit? So I don't want to hear it. 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 We're going to have to do something different. All of us. Males, if you give a fuck about women, and I mean genuinely give a fuck about women, because y'all, a lot of y'all got good rap game. But even the fact that we live in the country the way that it looks right now, the way that things are happening right now, to see video footage in this city of an 89-year-old woman getting jumped on while she's selling empanadas on the side of the road. She obviously ain't got shit if she 89 and selling empanadas out of a goddamn bucket on the side of the road. That 4 ICE agents, grown ass, burly ass men, jump this old woman, scare her so bad she has a heart attack and somebody has to resuscitate her. And the whole while, the only reason you able to see the shit is because some bum ass nigga, some big ass with guns like this Mexican man is like, oh my God, look at what's happening. What? I don't want to hear it. 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 I don't know what the fuck it is we think we got to lose. But we ain't got shit to lose. The only reason that Trump was able to pull the jack move that he pulled in November of last year by taking possession of the reins of power the way that he did is because there was a consistent, strategic, organized among all the preceding presidents from fucking Bush. I'm telling you, I can see the webs of connection from Bush all the way until his second term, the first president in the history of this term to serve 2 terms that were not consecutive terms. And y'all think that shit was an accident. Y'all think it was just a coincidence. I'm just telling you, they have every study that they need for the last 100 years to literally watch your behavior and to see how they can strategically manipulate your behavior. Maybe that's the show I need to do. The show that I need to do, what I need to start doing, and I thought about this before, but I do need to start doing this. I was like, I just need to do a whole segment where I go back and pull all of these peer-reviewed, the more controversial studies, medical studies from medical journals. I need to go back over 100 years, pull all the most controversial, social studies, medical studies, and pull the most controversial ones. And then demonstrate to you in real time how these studies, all these controversial studies that you'd be like, oh my God, was that even ethical to do? I mean, they did get really helpful information from the study, but it was maybe like borderline unethical the way they conducted the study. Do you think that the study was conducted for your benefit? Let me ask you that. Let me ask you about a basic study that most of us know about, like the Pavlov dogs. You know the Pavlov dogs, right? Like ringing the bell, putting the food down, and then you do that so often that the dog associates the bell with eating, and so he hears the bell and he'll start salivating without even seeing the food, right? The conditioning, right, of the bell, and how your school bell was fashioned after this study, literally, right? Do you think that a study like that is conducted to establish the well-being of the general population? Why would they do a study like that? Why would they do a study like the Hope study, which to me is the most diabolical, sinister, outrageous, lunatical shit I ever read? The Hope study. Listen, The first time I read the Hope Study, I was screaming. I'm not talking about figure. I was literally screaming. I was like, oh my God. And then all these years later, so this was while I was in medical school. But then all these years later, maybe last year, I started seeing videos, like little short condensed videos, talking about the Hope Study. I said, is it the same Hope Study? Because everybody was like, this is so amazing. You need to hear about this study. I don't know if y'all remember that. Last year around TikTok, it was like, people were just like blowing it up. The Hope Study, the Hope Study. I was like, okay, let me revisit, because when I read it, for some reason, I thought it was really bad. But people were saying, oh my God, this is so encouraging. I was like, okay, let me revisit the Hope Study. And I watched this video. I was like, nope, this shit was as monstrous as I remember. But your worldview will have you see something that somebody like me obviously sees as monstrously diabolical, and know exactly who it's for, this study. Know exactly who it was created to be used against, this study. And you will see the same video and see something completely different than what I see. How does that happen? We watched the same video. How does that happen? How does that occur? How is it that a Christian will see a phenomenon and an atheist will see a phenomenon? They will see it exactly at the same time, exactly the same way, and see with their actual eyes something totally different. How does that happen? Did they not see the same thing? Nobody saw the same thing. How does that happen? Because the Hope Study is so gross. It's so gross. The short version of the goddamn Hope Study, first of all, completely terrible. Completely terrible. Okay, you got this rat, this little mouse, and you got, like, what do they call them? Burners. The big glass burners that they use, in chemistry and shit. And they fill the burner halfway up with water, and then they drop the little mouse in the water and just watch him tread water until he gives up. He's like, fuck this shit. It's obvious I'm going to die. They literally clock the amount of time it takes for the mouse to give up on his life. And just before his head goes underwater, this big, malevolent hand, seemingly from out of nowhere, comes and rescues the little rat. And he's fine. The next day, they take the same rat, fill up the beaker with water, same way, and put that same rat in the water the next day. And then clock the amount of time it takes before he gives up on his life. The first day, they say it took like 5 minutes before he finally stopped treading water and gave up on his life. The next day is so gruesome. The next day, this fucking rat treaded water for 16 hours. 16 hours. Because in this little rat's mind, somebody was eventually coming to save him. So he did not give up hope. He did the impossible. He suffered. Didn't drink no water, nothing. All he did was tread water, trying to preserve his life until the great white hope would come down and get his ass up out of the water. And the conclusion drawn by the researchers was, this experiment demonstrates how people can survive the unsurvivable, how they can surmount the impossible, how they can endure the terrible as long as they have hope. Oh, 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 oh. Oh, ooh, that shit disturbed my spirit so bad. I said, oh my God. Who do y'all think that is for, as these motherfuckers have been robbing you blind consistently since the 1950s? I mean, they've been always robbing you blind. But in the 1950s through like 1963, they say that was the period in the history of the United States where, among the general population, that there was the closest inequity of wealth and income. From the 1950s to the mid 1960s, it was the closest in terms of wages, in terms of wealth. It was the closest in equity that between white and black people. Isn't that something? Every study that has ever been conducted, I guarantee you, and it's something else I was going to talk about later, but we up in here now. There was something else that happened today that I saw, just happenstance. It was this guy who I actually like. His name is FD Signifier. I like him. He reminds me of a homie I used to know. And some of the stuff, most of the stuff he says, I agree with. He is still, he still considers himself a hardcore socialist, which I am opposed to. But overall, I pretty much agree with most of the content that he puts out. Today, I saw this video entitled COVID is not over. I was like, oh boy, here we go with this shit. And he had a woman on there who was some kind of, she's not a scientist, but she works, I forget what she, like, I forget. She works in some kind of scientific socialist, whatever, right? But she studies this shit, right? But she's not a doctor. She's not like in the medical sciences, but some kind of like social something, right? And so there is a line, they're huge out here, a line of people who, are waging pretty serious campaigns about, because COVID is like, COVID never went away, or COVID is still here, that as a matter of fact, what's her name? What's that girl name? Jennifer Garner. Jennifer Garner's daughter, who I guess is a grown-up now. Jennifer Garner's daughter went to the World Health Organization to do this big speech, pleading with the World Health Organization to reestablish the global mask mandate because COVID is still here, right? I was like, ooh, that's interesting. That's bizarre. Mental note. I need to talk about this later, right? So I see this thing with FD Signifier today, and the title is COVID has not ended, or something to that effect. It's a big thing out here where people are pushing for mandatory mask in public spaces, right? And as a matter of fact, I lost a friend over it. I like this girl so much. Like, she was an ace, but she and when she was here, it was not a problem. I have a healthy respect for people and their health issues. So when she would come to hang out with me, I would do a rapid test and I would wear a mask while we were together, all the time, every time. It wasn't even a question. Bet. I know, because she is immunosuppressed. She has issues that make her very vulnerable. So yes, let's go kick it. Let's go get some coffee, and I will take the rapid test, and I will have my mask on when you get here. It was never an issue. But I hosted an event, and I, like every event that I host, it's not mask mandatory. It is mask optional, but I will have a cleaning station at the entry of wherever I'm hosting the event. I will have hand sanitizer. I will have masks, and whatever you feel like, there is the table right there to make you comfortable in the space where you are with others. And for her, she wanted to, quote, come to the event, but she was like, I just don't understand why you, as a medical professional, do not understand the importance of mandatory masks in your spaces. I said, excuse me? I said, everybody ain't immunosuppressed, my dear. Everybody is not immunosuppressed. So while I respect what your peculiar issue is, everybody is not experiencing this the way that you are. Not only that, you need to be this sounds harsh, but you need to be addressing the origin and the reason that you are chronically immunosuppressed, because to accept that it is an unchangeable factor, it says more about you than it says about the general population. It says so much about how we have been taught medicine, how we have been taught about immunology, how we have been taught about the nature of communicable disease. I'm sitting here every day, mind blown by the shit that people accept, like they forgot their sixth grade biology class. The nature of communicable disease, how it happens, the bell curve that is inevitable in every viral communicable disease in documented history. Y'all forget that too. So these motherfuckers can really just tell you anything. And because it comes from the CDC, because it comes from the World Health Organization, you accept it as holy writ. You can even hear that the Epstein files that y'all are all obsessing about, right? And so I'll be honest. I tell y'all all the time, I can read a peer-reviewed journal article like a goddamn slutty novel. I love that shit. I love nerdy shit. I love reading studies. I love to read what the hypothesis was and to find out in the end whether or not they prove the hypothesis. I love that shit. And I'm hearing people talk about the Epstein files, and one of the main people that people have been talking about for the last few weeks, I forget the dude's name, but it's Ghislaine's daddy. What's that nigga name? What's Ghislaine's daddy name? MC something. I don't remember his name. What's his name? Somebody tell me what's that punk motherfucker's name is. What's his name? Somebody tell me what his name is. Somebody Google it. What's that girl name? Ghislaine. Epstein's homie. Epstein's homegirl. The only person that's been arrested tied to the Epstein files. Robert Maxwell. That guy. Listen, I heard something about him because I told y'all I don't be paying attention to this Epstein shit at all. To me, I am convinced it is a distraction of grand proportion. Not only is it a distraction of grand proportion, it is, to me, it is the evidence of the gravity, the level of their desperation. To put out 3 million files after Trump has been dodging the quote Epstein files for over a decade, because the Epstein files talk was when he was running the first time. That was a decade ago. That was 2016. And so he been ducking and dodging the contents of the Epstein files, and all of a sudden they just gonna lay out, yes, redacted, but they gonna lay out for y'all 3 million Epstein files. I was like, this shit is a goddamn distraction of grand proportion. It's not to say that it is not important, but if you gonna put out 3 million goddamn pieces of information about the Epstein files, and them 3 million pieces of information is not going to correlate with the arrest of a single motherfucker whose name is up in the shit, implicated in the most diabolically monstrous shit, gruesome ass details there for you to see, and ain't a motherfucker in the United States been arrested yet. This shit is a delusion of grand proportion, and they knew that they could get y'all to talk about that bullshit, reading it for word, day after day. Why do we need to hear y'all read the most gruesome, maniacal, disgusting, unfathomable shit every day? If out the other side of your mouth you ain't saying, based on what I just read to you, this motherfucker I named, this motherfucker I named, this motherfucker I named. We need, if these fucking pigs. The average cop in LA makes what, $175,000 a year to start. If these motherfuckers who getting paid $175,000 a year cannot go and issue an arrest warrant for the names that are in black and white bold print up in this bitch, we gonna pull together and stage a goddamn nationwide citizens arrest of every motherfucker whose name has been mentioned in the goddamn Epstein files. You motherfuckers ain't gonna do your job. We gonna do your job for you. We gonna pull off some jack move goddamn citizens arrests. And if you ain't talking about that, please stop reading that shit. Don't nobody want you to hear that. We know what we're up against. We know the nature of the monsters that we exist on this planet with. We do not need to hear you read trauma, actual porn, to get an understanding of just how diabolical. We know who they are. We know who they are. And what you're reading is nothing new. And not only is it nothing new, y'all are all clutching your pearls. But not only is it not nothing new, it is the real, unending, perpetual lived experience of every colored woman in this country. the lived experience of Asian women exotified, and in their exotification, they get erased. Their importance, their value as humans get erased because they're exotic. And so we will accept any terrible, monstrous thing that happens to their bodies. That has always happened in this country, unending, unebbed, uninterrupted. We see movie adaptations made of real stories about how this kind of shit has happened to Black women and girls and Black boy children, unending and unebbed since day one. That's 400 plus years. So please stop clutching your pearls and stop reading trauma porn. Stop reading trauma porn. We know. Ourselves remember. I remember. See, what was that movie Samuel L. Jackson was in? It wasn't Ghost of Mississippi. What was it? Whatever it was, where Samuel L. Jackson plays this man who is the father of an 8-year-old baby who gets brutalized by these 2 white boys who think they kill her after they spend hours brutalizing this baby's body. And the baby lived, survived after they tried to kill her, tried to hang her from a tree. And Samuel somehow finds the energy to walk her little broken body back home. And this motherfucker was like, I know these white boys, because they was in Mississippi. He's like, I know these motherfuckers gonna walk. And I ain't having it. God damn it. I'm not the fucking day, bitch. And so he goes to their arraignment. They get arrested. They laughing because they know there is no crime for which absolution is not guaranteed to them living in this bitch, white and male. They know. They don't have to have a college education to know that. These 2 little rednecks probably got an 8th grade education. They knew. And so they laugh at him as they see him, as they taken out of the jail cell, walked up to the court, to the courtroom to be arraigned, to probably be bonded out. He's like, I already know what it is. So he went to talk to his homeboy lawyer, because his homeboy lawyer, they daughters was the same age, and they daughters was best friends. Him and Matthew McConaughey, who played his white homeboy lawyer. He's like, look, you know what I'm saying? I'm contemplating some things, and I just need to know what my options are. He's like, I just need to know what my options are. You feel me? Like, I just need you to tell me as a lawyer, without asking me no details, I'm contemplating some things. And I need to know what my motherfucking options are. And he goes into that goddamn courthouse with a straight face, not screaming, not yelling, and did what any father in his motherfucking right mind should do. That's what he did. That's what he did. And if you have me tell it, just thinking about that movie, they went too quick. There are no lessons that anybody, any male in particular, committing crimes against women. How the fuck the World Health Organization say that since Donald J. Trump got arrested, the World Health Organization say that since Donald J. Trump got elected, there has been an 85% increase on the violence of women, violence against women and children, an 85% increase in a fucking year everywhere on earth? And you don't think that these motherfuckers are not communicating with each other? Why the signs and symbols? Why the S's that I've been talking to you about? Why all the signs and the symbols of the Illuminati and the Freemasons? And you think it's some spooky shit. It's not no spooky shit. This is the way that they communicate to each other. This is the way they plan, harmonized, orchestrated, distractionary, good cop, bad cop, bullshit and ass bullshit. And your ass get caught up on some Illuminati shit. The Illuminati is a political organization, bitch, period. It's an economic institution. That's what it is. The goddamn Knights Templar, them too. The goddamn Baphomet, it too. Goddamn Satan hiding in every corner. You feel him too. These are politicians, bitch. These politicians. The devil is a politician, bitch. Satan is a politician. The way they have constructed him. Do you understand what I'm saying? Yes. The angels and the legion. Child, it's warfare, bitch. That's it. It is economic warfare. They use your blood to consolidate your collective fear that they can use to literally subdue you with that fear. They know your ass ain't gonna buck back because they've done a good job. Trauma porn is for you. It is to subdue you. It is to terrorize you into submission. It is to terrorize you into inactivity. It is to use fear partnered with the language of hope to see just how much you will endure, just how long you will endure, just how much suffering you can take, just how much starvation you are willing to live with before you do anything. That's what the hope study was about, bitch. It is to see how much we can rob these bitches in they face, laugh about it, not even, child, how much can we steal before they bust back? How much can we harm? How many of their children can we steal, consume, brutalize, terrorize? How much can we get away with? For how long can we get away with it before they bust back? Before they bust a move? Before the jig is up? And they tell you in your face, it's not me, it's not my imagination, it's not my opinion because I'm a genius, because I am, but it's not my opinion. I'm not telling you anything I haven't in the last 3 months since I've been on this walk with Saturn. I'm not telling you, I'm not articulating a single solitary verb that I have not witnessed in some movie that you think is just entertainment. They told you over the summer. They told you when that movie, I kept saying I'm not gonna watch it because I don't watch horror movies, and y'all was like, "You please watch it. We want to know what you think. We'll buy your popcorn. We'll buy your movie tickets. Please go watch it." I said, "I ain't gonna watch no fucking horror movie by myself at the movies, man. Now leave me alone." That movie Weapons that came out this summer, and I finally watched that shit in the daylight, in the daytime, in the comfort of my home. I finally watched that bullshit, and I was like, "Oh my God." Like they really don't even have to try. They don't even have to try to conceal. They don't even have to try. I watched this movie about this old ass woman, this evil old ass woman, and how she has set her sights on a classroom full of babies to, quote, get the essence from them that she needs to, quote, be better, to get better, right? To live forever, right? But I'm like, why the movie called Weapons? That's what I kept going back to. And the machine gun in the sky over the house at 2:17. I said, why are they doing that? What's the machine gun about? Why is the movie called Weapons? Who is the weapons? Is the babies the weapons? But they ain't doing nothing. What's the weapons? I don't get it. Lord have mercy, child. The children and the woman are the weapons. The children and the woman are the weapons. The weapons for what? The weapons for what? Because all the iconography is in there. The father's name is Orature. The father is a metaphor for Sagittarius. This movie was so deep, but the women, the children, the babies, and that old ass woman that y'all love to hate, they both are the weapons. What's the weapons for? What's the weapons for? What's the weapons for? Somebody just guess. Throw out a wild guess. What if the babies and the old woman are the weapons? What are they talking about? What weapons against? What do you need weapons for? To protect yourself or to fight against or something. So if they are the weapons, and on every billboard in the city when the movie was being promoted, the only people on the movie promos was the woman and the babies. That's it. There was never anybody else. The old lady and the babies. They literally telling you in your face, it's the old lady and the babies that are the weapons. For what? To what end? For what purpose? What's the why? Which we never asked. What's the why? Why would they be the weapons? Why would they be the weapons? Because in this patriarchal society, weakness, those that are perceived weak. Why? Your Bible tell you. Your Bible tells you over and over and over and over and over and over again. Your Bible tells you, blessed are the meek. Blessed are the meek. They literally tell you that Jesus is the sacrificial lamb, while at the same time the scapegoat. He is the sacrificial lamb and the scapegoat. What did they tell you is the purpose for the sacrificial lamb? Why did the Jews need a scapegoat? Because somebody had to take the blame for our wicked ass behavior. That's your whole Old Testament. We diabolical. We fucked up, right? We got our shit, you feel me? And we can't be held accountable because God told us we the chosen people, but we still do bullshit. So somebody has to take the blame for our sins. Somebody has to take the blame for our behavior. That's the scapegoat. So they do a whole ritual where the whole kingdom participates in literally what they call it, metaphorically through a ritual under the rabbi, you feel me, take and collect all of their wicked diabolical ways. Because they say they God's chosen people, but they don't say that because we God's chosen people, we quote the religiously pristine and shit. It doesn't mean that we are free from sin. See what I'm saying? So just because we God chosen people don't mean we are pristine in our behavior. We are pristine in our dealings with others. We are pristine. No, what they think it means is, well, fuck, we got this get out of jail free card that's unending. We might as well get our rocks off. We might as well get out. Well, shit, if I'm always going to be absolved and all I got to do is place the blame, place my sins on something innocent. That's the scapegoat. Because both the goats are innocent. They have to be blemishless. One is going to take into his body all of the dirt we did. That's why the goat is always seen as evil. Because the goat is evil. Why is the goat evil? Because the goat took into his body all the evil of the chosen. Then there's another goat. That goat is still innocent. Because see, that goat, he didn't take none of the sins. Boy, God damn it. He ain't, we put all our sins into the goat, and then we take him far, 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 far away from the village so he can carry our sins off into the abyss or whatever the fuck, right? That's why it's called a scapegoat, because he escapes sacrifice. He's the carrier of the sins. That's why Baphomet, that's why the goat head, that's why it's the monstrous diabolical evil. The goat is synonymous with evil because the Hebrews put all their evil in the goat. They put all their sins in the goat. The goat wasn't born evil. The goat, the kid, the baby goat, takes all the sins for the people. They don't curb their sinful behavior. As a matter of fact, we've been reading the Old Testament up on here. I'm like, goddamn, every time you turn around, they having to deal, quote, with the wrath of God. They don't talk about that. Now, in the whole Old Testament, every time you turn around, God is mad at his own chosen people, threatening to open the earth up in front of all kind of shit. And who was it? Was it David? It's David that wrote the Psalms, right? David was singing the song like, God, why you... I'm paraphrasing. I'm giving y'all the hood version. We need to do a new international hood version of the Bible, written by Cassandra. But David is singing the song. He like, Lord, every time we turn around, you fucking us up. You smiting us. You haven't forgiven us yet? What else we need to do? Because this is terrible. What you're doing right now is terrible. I know we be fucking up, but can you forgive us already? That's the that's the hood condensed version. But that's what the psalm was saying. He was begging, like, damn, God, like, you've been punishing us for a long time. We done did all the rituals. We done killed all the goats and shit. Like, what the fuck else you want? Can you ease the fuck up off of us right now? Like, can you just ease up off of us for a little bit? And so every time you turn around, they having to beg for forgiveness, Why was he having to beg for forgiveness all the time if they so pristine, if they so blemishless? They aren't blemishless. Absolution turns you into a psychopath. Absolution, the belief in absolution, turns you into a psychopath, turns you into a sociopath, is what it does. It turns you into a sociopath. If you develop an ideology that tells you that you are chosen, that there is none in the entire world that is you, that is like you, among you are the few, and that's why everybody's so jealous. Everywhere we go, people just jealous because we the chosen ones, you feel me? And because they jealous, they mistreat us. The reason that they kick us out of everywhere we go is because they jealous. That's the story that you tell. Even though a couple thousand years down the line, archaeologists are saying, like, damn, if the Bible is a historical document, a valid historical document, we should be able to find evidence of all of this shit y'all be saying in the historical record. People that we know were historians of the time and this and that and this. How come we can't find the evidence of none of the stories y'all be telling about how y'all was brutalized and terrorized here, there, and everywhere? And it's just because you was God's chosen people. You understand? And the only reason that you kept getting your ass handed to you here and there and to and fro is because of your meekness and your innocence. And the only time we ever had to kill anybody was when they was trying us first. You understand? So I'm going to tell y'all something. The Bible is a calendar. And unlike your understanding of the calendar that has a beginning and an end in a straight line, the calendar is a circle. Not only is it a circle, the calendar is a sphere. The calendar is multidimensional. It is. And so there is no such thing as prophecy. I know there's some shit that's hard for y'all to hear. Because I tell y'all that shit all the time. Yeah, y'all be coming in my inbox talking about, goddamn, girl, I was listening to this live that you did 4 years ago, 5 years ago, and I will be goddamn. Look, here's the timestamp. Hear what you said. And I'll be like, goddamn. That shit sound like I was reading a newspaper article from today. And people like, how you do that shit, girl? Like you peeped that shit 4 years ago. You peeped that shit 3 years ago. I can't believe this shit. I know. But baby, I keep telling y'all, science is the language of spirit. And if you got a problem with science because you are so super spiritual, or you got a problem with spirit because you so super scientific, bitch, you missing the boat. You're missing the boat. Science is the language of spirit. They are inseparable, like everything else that has been divided and fed to us as distinct and separate. There's nothing. That's even that shit I was going off last week about Oppenheimer splitting the atom for the first time, and this actually being predicted. But how did the prediction happen? Was it a prophecy? I have a belief. Because I don't have a problem at all talking about divine intervention. I don't hesitate at all about how the mother said this and that and such, how my big mama said such and this and that, how my big papa said this and that and whatever. I do not have a problem as a scientist with 4 degrees in science, in the medical sciences. I don't have a problem saying that I hear my ancestors. That's not a non-scientific statement for me. It's not at all. Not at all. It is not a non-scientific statement to talk about how y'all call it divine and y'all call it a download. I'm sorry. I ain't trying to offend nobody, but y'all be calling that shit like a download because your presumption is that every idea, everything that seems so big and radical that comes to you is coming from outside of you. You still see that you and God are separable. You still see God as something outside of you that you must pursue. You must prove yourself to. You must meditate and, chant the mantra and do all of these machinations so that you stand out among the 8.5 billion to get God's attention. You have to stand out among all that exists in the universe so that God hears you over everybody else. You still see God as something separable from you. You still believe that your ancestors are outside of you believe, I have heard people talk about it that way. You believe that your ancestors actually live on your altar. They live on your shrine. You believe that because your ass ain't a scientist. That's what you believe, because your ass ain't a scientist. Because you believe that science and spirit don't have no relationship to one another. That you can't believe in spirit and be a scientist too, or you can't be a scientist and believe in spirit too. You don't believe that. And so you hear me, y'all be in my inbox talking about, oh my God, I was just listening to this live you did, and I can't believe this shit, because look at this newspaper article that just came out, and it's damn near word for word saying what you said 3 years ago. And I don't listen. It's awesome when it happens. Don't get me wrong. But I'm crystal clear about why it happens. I'm crystal clear about when it happens, why it happens. And I can see in the moment that what I am experiencing that you may call a download, what I am experiencing that you may call a prophecy, what I am experiencing that you may give, and I'm not saying any of these words are wrong. They are a different language for the same phenomena, bitch. They're a different language, a different articulation for the same thing. I can see the future, one, because I know that time is not linear. I can see the future because I study the past. I study the cyclicity, the repetition of patterns, the exploitation of patterns by those that possess power over us right now. They love to exploit patterns because of the science of manipulation, the science that tells them if we do X, Y, and Z like this over and over and over again, the mass, and then we limit people's exposure to information. We cut off their own connection to their ancestral information. Then they will always see something bigger than them. They'll always see how Nostradamus, he said this and that and this and that. See how, child, I started questioning that shit in medical school. In medical school, I was like, these motherfuckers have really did this shit. They really did this shit. I started reading about the founders of different types of medicine. Samuel Hahnemann as the quote founder of homeopathic medicine, right? And he is the genius that discovered how to use. Bitch, shut up. That's what the book burnings are for. You think it's just because some men in power go crazy and they have to, try to burn the books because the books are heresy and they will corrupt people's minds? No. Every time there is a regime change anywhere on the planet, everywhere on earth, for at least the last 6,000 years of goddamn history, I'm telling you what's happening in Iran is a part of that tendency. I'm telling you, because the same thing happened in Iraq. They start through archaeological digs, discovering all this wonderful shit that they never knew existed in fucking Iraq. Next thing you know, the United States want to go to war with Iraq and then tell us it's about the oil. You feel me? It's just about the oil. No, bitch. And then they did the same thing to Afghanistan. They're doing the same thing right now in Persia, aka Iran, aka the land of the Aryans, that is the land that predicted that white-skinned people with hair like a quote lion's mane or the rays of the sun in the desert, the white skin that look like the white sands of the desert, in a blue sky with no clouds present at high noon in the desert when the sun is at his most destructive. And the Bhagavad Gita, dark skinned fucking Aryans say that there's going to be a time in history where the new Aryans will have hair like the sun and eyes like the sky with no clouds and skin like the white sands of the desert. And then They read the shit and take it literally in their infancy and they lack of fucking understanding, being the male babies gone rogue, and literally act out this play over and over and over and over again. It's really exceptional what they've done. They have acted this play out on the world stage over and over and over until they attempt to see its completion. And the only thing that will complete what they saw was the fulfillment of prophecy, they being destined to be the new Aryans. Because what does Aryan mean? It means supreme, superior. What does superior mean in medical language? It just means up above towards heaven. That's all it means. So when you're thinking about these texts that we read literally, whether it's the Ifa Odu, whether it's the Bhagavad Gita, whether it's the Rig Veda, whether it's the Bible, whether it's the Quran, whether it's the Torah or the Talmud, they are all the same. I tell y'all, the Bible, though stolen, the Bible is a blueprint for the establishment and maintenance of empire. That's all it's a biblical, it is a calendrical, it's an astrological, astronomical blueprint for the establishment and maintenance of empire. That's all it is. That's all. And it is using astrology and astronomy to guarantee, through cyclicity, through pattern establishment, empire. That's it. And somebody says they are supreme only in their own minds. Baby, I'm not talking about what y'all talking about. I am talking about science. Supreme or superior in medical language, in scientific language, simply means up above or towards heaven. When you're talking about your body, you'll have the supra infraspinatus, you'll have the supraspinatus and the infraspinatus. Inferior means below or towards the earth. Supra or supreme means, or superior means up above or towards the sky. So when I'm telling you, it is because I've been telling y'all for the last 3 weeks. One of the problems that we're gonna have to work through as a human population, if we want to survive this shit, is the other brilliant thing that they have done in their insanity is the establishment of the construct of race. Because at the time that this plan was put into action, most of the people on the planet, even the people who lived in Europe, was dark-skinned motherfuckers. There was no such concept as whiteness as a concept. Even the Nords, even the Celts were dark-skinned. Now, I'm not talking about dark-skinned like us dark-skinned, but they were dark-skinned. They was olive-complected, dark-skinned motherfuckers. There was no concept of white. Whiteness as a political construct seeded religiously. A political construct seeded religiously. That just happened in 1452. Race nationalism, whatever the race is, race nationalism has become an extremely effective and beneficial weapon to keep you stuck right there. That's it. In your mind, everything that's wrong with the world is racism. I can talk about blackness. I can talk about the aggression towards and against blackness, but I am not getting stuck at race nationalism. The assault on blackness is deeper than just, I hate black-skinned people. It's deeper than that. Like here, she said the first holy war was a war against female bodies. Race nationalism is a new construct. You feel me? And they know that they can do whatever they want, say whatever they want. That's why they be goating the fuck out of y'all too. With these movies, and y'all fall right for the okie doke. They will literally goat you into some rage. Like, for example, this phenomenon that both white people and black people be up in arms about, that's been happening a lot for like the last 10 years. I've been seeing it. I was like, I don't know what they playing at, but I see what they doing. I don't know the why, but I see what they doing, right? Where they, for example, they will take, y'all have to see what your enemy be up on. How for the last 10 years in particular, they will take, quote, historically white characters. They will remake some shit because they don't have a single bone of ingenuity in them. Bless them. All they can do is take old shit and remake it and rewrite it and pervert it, and that's all they can do. That's all they can do. That's all Hollywood can do. Everybody talking about Hollywood because they done ran 600,000 black people up out of the city. They done ran all the genius the fuck up out of here. That's why all they can do is do remakes. It's like, damn, we done ran all the niggas out of here. Well, let's see if we can just do some remakes. I'm telling you, that's what it is, right? And so, in these remakes that they be just doing over and over and over again and trying to freshen it up, and because Hollywood is run by the CIA, it's not even a conspiracy theory. They admit the long relationship between the CIA and Hollywood. For what? To what ends? What's the why? And so every time your ass get mad about some shit you see at the movies and don't ask the why, don't ask why the CIA let this movie get to the... Because I'm telling you, everything that comes out of this motherfucker has to go before the CIA to be approved, and the CIA has the right to change scripts. Sure enough. Do you know how many ex-members of the Mossad are now directors and producers right here in Hollywood? Did you know that? Did you know that some of your favorite revolutionary movies were directed or produced by the fucking Mossad? The Mossad. Not the CIA, not the FBI, just fighting to protect the United States of America and its interests, the goddamn actual Mossad. And I have heard these men say it out their own mouth. So it ain't even no shit I'm conjecturing. Because I've been up in here dismayed, bitch. Some of my favorite movies, some of the movies that when I was a teenager and a young woman, I was like, this is the most revolutionary gangster shit ever. Oh my God. Motherfucking, not only police, super police, global police, motherfucking Mossad. What's that white boy name? He was in the Mossad. He said he was a double agent. He worked for both the United States intelligence and the Mossad for most of his adult life. And then one day he just happened to have an epiphany that he just wanted to work in Hollywood. Bitch, you lying. Your ass lying. Your ass. He is talking in an interview about his switch from being a double agent working for the United States government and the Mossad, and how he just loved movies so much. He just wanted to get into the movie industry. And so he makes it his mission to come to LA to meet somebody that can get him into the industry. And the first person he befriends is Robert De Niro. Ciao. I'm telling you, everything you know and love about Hollywood is police shit. I have been up in this city for the last 2 years, and my feelings so deep. I said, is everything a betrayal? Every band, every movie, everything that made me feel like the true rebel I always thought I was, and every rebellious story ever written, every rebellious song ever written, every goddamn band I ever loved is the fucking police. Goddamn it. I'm telling y'all, I'm being funny, but I'm being deadly serious. And I was like, I have been walking through the city like this shit has been in my face the whole time, but because we don't have the language, the symbols are familiar to our limbic system, to our ancient brain, to our oldest memory. Remember the white boy on Morgue Official, and he said that when, quote, the Jesus of the lost books, he said, what did he say? The key to immortal life was. It was a long thing, and he said a bunch of other stuff. There's two things that stood out about that video, though. He said that this Jesus of the book of Thomas said that in those days, when I return, I will return to mend all divisions, to make the above the below and the below the above, to make the back the front and the front the back, to make the unseen seen and the seen unseen, to make the interior exterior and vice versa. I said, God damn, scripture in the lost book of Thomas. And he said, Jesus said, in order to create this new world, when I return, the only reason I will return is to mend all divisions. And I'm sitting here talking to y'all about how division, the illusion of division, the division that separates doesn't multiply. Remember I was saying that? The division that severs, not multiplies. is what we've been experiencing, and it was successfully manifested the moment Oppenheimer split the supreme indivisible, the moment that in an act of fission, he split the, what do they call it? The building block of all that is. He split the atom, the atom, the ADAM. He created a division in the indivisible. And this is what they had been working on all along, the division, the division, the division, the division, right? And it's, baby, when I tell you it's everywhere. I was just watching a documentary last night till fucking 3:00 in the morning about the Great Schism. I never was interested in European history. It always just seemed so ultimately boring, so excruciatingly, painfully boring. And so even as an adult, even as a woman doing a walk with the goddess, 10, 20 years ago, I did not, even as a scientist, even as somebody who spent 20 years of my life a socialist, I didn't understand the necessity, the urgency of studying European history. And it's organized that way. It is orchestrated in a way to communicate only to a few what they need to continue to secure empire. That's why it's so excruciating. That's why it's so boring. It is not for you. And so I'm sitting here crack watching documentaries about all these kings, about all these emperors, about all this shit that just a couple of years ago, completely off my radar in disinterest. And I'm watching this documentary about the Great Schism last night. Baby, I must have took 24 pages of notes on a 1.5 hour documentary. I said, oh. It was like a goddamn religious experience in here watching this damn documentary. I said, baby, listen. I could just go off and off and off. There's so much I want to tell you. But the Great Schism is the first real split that occurred in the Roman Catholic Church. It is when it occurred as a consequence of, I forget which emperor it was, but he divided the Roman Empire. He's divided the Roman Empire because logistically, the empire was 4 times the size of the United States today. Isn't that something? That the Roman Empire under this emperor was so vast that it was 4 times the land mass of the United States of America today. And so logistically, he was like, this is too much for me by myself to be governing. And so he decides, because he has a brother, and he decides that he is going to divide the empire, and it is going to be Western Rome and Eastern Rome. Western Rome is what we called the Byzantine Empire. The Byzantine Empire. And I don't think it was Constantine. I don't think it was Constantine. I don't think it was. It might have been, but for some reason, I don't think it was Constantine. I think it was after Constantine. No, this was much later. This is because the Great Schism didn't occur until the 500s, like 584. Yes, 584 AD. This is way after Constantine. And this emperor, he's like, look, we got to split the empire, brother. You're going to run this piece over here. You're going to run this piece over here. And he's thinking it is just a strategically logistical thing that must be done so that they can maintain control over the empire. But that logistical divide in the land, in the empire itself, had a direct impact on what was the face of the church at the time. Maybe this documentary was awesome. I'll be honest. It was, because I have context now. You see, the goddess allows for context. If you're just reading about a bunch of men perpetually and incessantly going to war with one another all the time, incessantly, because that's all the last 6,000 years has been, is unending, unbroken secessions of goddamn empire and wars. That's it. That's all. That's it. That's it. That's it. But now when you start to weave history that is complete, that is full, that is in its totality, this shit becomes fascinating. There's a scene in this documentary first of all, just the basic information was awesome in and of itself. But then in the year 1204, so the schism lasted a long, they say over 600 years. This schism, this break, this division in the empire, and this division in the church. So today, right, since Leo became the Pope, right, he has been making these grand presentations with what they call the Grand Patriarch of the Byzantine is it still considered the Byzantine Church? I don't think it's still considered, because the empire is gone, but it's like it's where Constantinople used to be. So that's the Eastern, that's the Orthodox, right? They are the Orthodox. So they don't have popes, they have Grand Patriarchs. So the Pope is the Roman Catholic Church, and then you have the Orthodox Church, which they have the Grand Patriarchs. And so Leo has been having ever since he became the Pope in April, every time you turn around, he's having meetings with this Grand Patriarch of the Orthodox religion, right? And again, even just a year ago, when the dude became the Pope, I didn't have no frame of reference or understanding behind these grand public presentations between the quote Grand Patriarch and the Pope. Baby, I found out last night why he's been making so many scenes, so many declarations with the Grand Patriarch, because the schism peaked. There was an apex in the schism. Baby, listen. When I tell you your mother is everywhere, one of the today, one of the greatest conflicts because they're both Catholic, okay? They're still both Catholic. The Orthodox has a certain peculiar set of beliefs, and the Roman Catholics still have a certain set of beliefs. Do you know that one of the most rigorous divisions between the two's practice that they have not reconciled to today? I wrote a note. Where did I write that note? Because this motherfucker, one of the titles of the little, like, he had a section and it'd be called something, and he'd have another section, it'd be called something. And when I tell you your mother is everywhere, the section was called The War Started by Bread. I was up in this motherfucker screaming at 2 o'clock. I said, what? The war started by bread. I said, goddamn. Why bread? Why bread? One of the issues that split the most powerful institution in the world was the fight between whether the sacramental bread, like that you take what you call it, that you take sacrament with, whether the bread should be leavened or unleavened. It was such a scandal, the bread. It was such a scandal that when the people who were the soldiers who were faithful to the Roman Catholic Church invaded Constantinople, not only that, did you know that the main church, Constantinople was considered the center of the whole world for 1,000 years, that it was considered the most developed metropolitan area of all of Europe and the Middle East, Constantinople. That while other cities had anywhere from 8,000 to like 80,000 people, Constantinople at the same time had over 180,000 people living in this metropolitan city with clean streets and fucking indoor plumbing, bitch. I'm sitting up in here blown away, okay? And so they're showing all of these like pictorial adaptations of what Constantinople looked like at the time. And the center of life in Constantinople was the religion, was Catholicism, okay? And in the heart of the city was this beautiful, beautiful, beautiful temple called the Hagia Sophia. I said, what the fuck? The most sacred building in the Roman Empire, the Hagia Sophia. Okay. So when the schism happens, this is many years later because the schism starts in like 594, I think. So at the peak of the schism, 1204, the bread conflict is still a huge issue in the divide of the ideology between the Orthodox Byzantine practice of the religion and the Roman Catholic straight line practice of the tradition, the bread. Okay. So in 1204, this is during the Fourth Crusades. Okay. So during the Fourth Crusades, the soldiers representing the Roman Catholic Church are supposed to be making their way. I forget where. They're supposed to be going to some Muslim nation. They stop and can't. There's still this divide. They stop in Constantinople with under the auspice that if they give Constantinople money, Constantinople is going to give them the supplies they need to complete their journey to go and defeat the infidels or whatever. Right? When they get to Constantinople, the soldiers was like, we still need the supplies, but we ain't got no damn money. We ain't got nothing to give y'all. And so the people was like, well, we can't give you no damn supplies if you ain't got no money. Like, where they do that at? Right? The soldiers get upset with the administrators of the city for failing to give them the supplies they need to complete their journey. And so they decide they're going to sack the city. These are still Roman Catholic practitioners. Everything around their economic, social, political life centers around Roman Catholicism. And so these Roman Catholic soldiers attack the heart of the greatest city in the known world at the time, Constantinople, sack the city. So much so that when they invade the Hagia Sophia, they say that the walls, everything was lined in real gold, like gold that was melted down and painted on like sheets of paper and shit. They're literally stripping the gold off the walls. They're ransacking the whole place. They're being extremely just pissing on all of the the icons in the church. This is what got me. In the Hagia Sophia, you guys. Okay? In the Hagia Sophia, these soldiers, as a last insult to the Byzantines, they find a prostitute on the street. They find a prostitute on the street. They put her in what is essentially the throne of the Grand Patriarch. The Grand Patriarch is the Byzantine equivalent to the Pope. Okay? They kill the Grand Patriarch, kill and brutalize the monks, rape and destroy the nuns, and then after they get done ransacking, robbing, looting, pillaging, to add extra insult to injury, they take a prostitute off the street and they place her in the high throne of the Grand Patriarch inside the Hagia Sophia. Now, a regular historian would just talk about that story as if it is the grand the apex point of disrespect is to place this prostitute inside of this temple called the Hagia Sophia. Now, the historian telling this story didn't talk about the origin of the Hagia Sophia, didn't talk about what the building possibly was before the Roman Empire took over possession of this building, where the name of the building remained the same, the Hagia Sophia. Anyway, the schism, the first separation of the church, that to this day has an impact on the practice of Catholicism based on where you are. If you are in Constantinople, Turkey, Russia, there are a bunch of places that are still, devotees of the Byzantine practice of Catholicism, right? So when Leo becomes Pope last year, he had this big meeting with the Grand Patriarch, and they're signing these documents. And what the documents did was to officially so what each church did during the schism, when it was at its peak, when it was at its worst, during the schism, both churches excommunicated all the members of the other church. So that was the final, like, severing of the male umbilical cord of the church from itself. Do you hear what I'm telling you? The Roman Catholic Church, which had over time galvanized, because there had also been this pretty successful and obvious separation between the power of the church and the power of the state. Rome still had emperors for a certain period of time. Rome had kings for a certain period of time. Rome had kings, emperors, Caesars, kings, emperors, and then there was a moment during the schism to offend the other church where a non-Catholic was crowned as the new emperor of Rome by the Pope. This consolidated the Pope's power that was state consolidated power. Because up until that point, the Pope had influence, but he was not seen as a direct facilitator or administrator over the state, over the nobles. That's why they still had kings and this and that and this and that. There was a short period of time, the Holy Roman Empire, where the Pope was also the emperor. There was a short period of time where the Roman Empire was called the Holy Roman Empire, and is when they somehow reduced the power of nobles, of kings and shit, so that whoever was the Pope was also the emperor of Rome. Okay. And so all of this shit is happening, and the schism lasts for several hundred years, right? And then at the peak, when Rome attacked Constantinople and devastated it, that was like seen as the complete severing of the two from one another. Okay. And I got on that because division, the illusion of division is so big. It's such a big part of what we're experiencing, because and I feel like the study of European history has been the missing link. I really do. I think because we, the people of the world, the colored people of the world, have been desperately trying to reconnect with those lost information and the sciences and the history of our ancestors that we have been severed from, that we say, okay, Europe is bad, white people are bad, we know they enemy, they the reason we over here fucked up. That's not an untrue statement. But it wasn't until I read The Great Cosmic Mother because even when we were learning about the Inquisition, we even when you watch movies about the Inquisition, they act like it was some shit that lasted about 20, 30 years and then it was over. Right? Like it was just like a little side note. It was terrible. It was kind of dark and shit. But, then we became enlightened. No, then we had a renaissance, and then we became enlightened. And there you go. Europe is great and everything is awesome. Right? No, man. The Inquisition defined a greater part of European history. The Inquisition, the first, quote, department of the Inquisition was established in the year 1100. The year 11, the first one. There were many. We always think the way the Inquisition is just the Spanish Inquisition. There were. Where's that book at? Yeah, I don't like it when what I'm looking for right away is not where I remember it being the last time. But there were 33 departments, 33 Inquisitions. That's what they all had different names. The Portuguese Inquisition, the Spanish Inquisition, the Scottish Inquisition. There was a gang, what's it called? The Laos. Did you know there was an Inquisition in Laos? Did you know that? Did you know that what was happening in Europe was spilling out on the heads of human beings around the world? What we call just the age of conquest. It wasn't just an age of conquest. We call it the age of conquest because we think they were just out in the world looking for some spices and some gold and shit. No. And if we don't study history as a web of connection, a singular past that affected everybody on earth, we will always come to the conclusions they want us to come to, period. The Inquisition spilled out on the entire world. And because we separate history, because that's how we're taught to learn history. Christopher Columbus, who was Jewish, the reason that his trip was funded is because he was still wealthy. He was from an aristocratic family. But Queen Elizabeth and Ferdinand gave him the funding to, do you know why they gave him the funding? Do you know why they gave him the funding? Anybody remember? Was they just going to see what they can discover? Can you go on out here into the world and see what you can discover for us? Absolutely. Absolutely not. The reason Christopher Columbus's journey was funded was because Ferdinand, Elizabeth was the enthusiast, by the way. Ferdinand and Elizabeth were in the process of expelling the Jews. And they sent Christopher Columbus to the Western Hemisphere to look for a new homeland for the Jews. Do you hear what I'm telling? I heard that shit. I was like, I can't. This is too much. This is too much. It's too much. It's too much. I heard a Jewish preacher, an evangelical preacher who is Jewish, a Jewish convert, talk about, Jewish people, we've been here since day one, bitch. Most of y'all think we just came over, in the late 1800s, in the early 1900s as immigrants. He said, we've been here since day one. Since day one. We done fought in every war. We done took every side. We've been here since day one. He said, most people don't know that Christopher Columbus was Jewish. And he said, because we just assume, because the world is a Eurocentric world, right? We just assume he was just a regular ass white guy. This man was doing he was preaching that Christopher Columbus was Jewish, and he wasn't coming here just because. He was being sent over here to scout for a new possible land for the Jews to come to, because Isabella was in real time drafting the expulsion documents to expel the Jews from Spain. That's what he said. That's what he said. He said, we've been here since day one. And there's a hell of a lot of implications in Jews being here in the United States since the age of exploration. But we call it the age of exploration, but doesn't mean that it wasn't also the spilling out of the Inquisition. The Inquisition spilled because on every journey, on every ship, the French ships, the Spanish ships, the British ships, the Portuguese ships, every single solitary ship sent out to, quote, discover the new world was sent with monks. Everyone. Because the monks were what? The monks weren't just there to, quote, observe or to, quote, teach the savages. The primary function of the monks that came out on these explorations were scribes. They were scribes. They were documenting everything. It was like they were documenting everything. To go to a museum and see the codices of these Catholic monks that accompanied these conquistadors and the shit. Yeah, to go and see the codices, to see how much. I was sitting here at 3. I didn't go to bed till 5, 6 o'clock. 6 o'clock this morning. Yeah, the sun was already up. I went to bed for about 2 hours at 6 o'clock this morning. I was like, I have to do this. I know I can't win it with people. It's been really hard to win it with you guys. The urgency, the importance of why I'm always writing. They're like, why you don't record an audio recorder? Why don't you just type some shit? I was like, y'all don't seem to understand the urgency of the moment. And I know it's urgent. I see how they're disappearing information. I do. To me, it's really concerning because remember I was talking about, I know I'm all over the place. Remember I was talking about just a half a second ago, how book burnings always correspond with radical regime changes. They don't want anybody to remember what existed before the really serious regime change, like writing history out of history. Do you understand what I'm saying? Because even when you look at this country and the history of book burnings in this country, what culturally, what politically, what historically do they correspond with? Is it just random record burnings? Is it just random book burnings? Was it just random with the Nazis? The widespread burning of libraries and books, it's not random. Was it random? The burnings of the libraries of Alexandria or Timbuktu? Was it just random? The burning of the libraries in Rome? It always corresponds with a radical regime change where we cannot afford for anybody other than the people we leave alive to remember what happened before, to be unable to piece together what existed, what happened before. And you do not see the metaphorical book burnings happening before your eyes, literally. And it started a little while ago, if you paid attention, when they started talking about this bullshit, the Mandela effect, and trying to convince a whole 2 generations that what they saw and what they remember never really happened. I was like, these motherfuckers is really pulling at straws. They got something. They got something cooking. They got something cooking. They do. Because I remember hearing that shit. Mandela effect. Is what? What is y'all talking about? I just watched a movie the other night on another wormhole study about movies that have the destruction of the world by nuclear weapons. Every movie where the post-apocalyptic or whatever is the world being destroyed by nuclear whatever, right? So I'm just writing down a list. And I remember the movie Dead Zone with Christopher Walken, the Stephen King book movie adaptation starring Christopher Walken. I remember that movie, every single solitary second of that movie, like I watched it, like it came out yesterday. The movie was released in 1979 or some shit. I remember every detail of that damn movie. That was why the first thing that came out. I was like, well, let me watch the movie because you couldn't see it on the Fire Stick. So I was like, let me just watch it on YouTube. So I watched Dead Zone 3, 4, 5 nights ago. And there's a scene in Dead Zone where there is this guy who is running for office. He's running to become the president of the United States. As a matter of fact, when Trump got elected the first time, everybody wanted to do interviews with Stephen King. Like, oh my God, how did you predict this? People did the same thing with Octavia Butler, because in her book, before it happened, she talked about a guy who would be a really charismatic president who would come at a time of great crisis in the country. And his slogan, she wrote it in a book, y'all. Her slogan would be, "Make America Great Again." The book is The Parable of the Sower. The year that she wrote The Parable of the Sower was 1998. And so people were interviewing her when Trump got elected the first time. People were interviewing Stephen King way back when, because he wrote the book, The Dead Zone, before Reagan was elected. He wrote the book before Reagan was elected, whose campaign mantra was "Make America Great Again." So that was already creepy enough back in the day. But then when Trump got elected on "Make America Great Again," people was like, what the fuck? Because all these people were interviewing Stephen King, right? Anyway, in the movie, he is, and it's, what's the guy's name? Martin Sheen's father. Martin Sheen's father. What's his name? The old head. But anyway, he's the one running. And there's a scene where Christopher Walken shakes hands with him at a rally. And he shakes hands with him because he has this feeling that there's something. So he don't have anything to prove it, but he's been seeing the guy campaigning. The woman that he was engaged to before he got into this accident is working on his campaign. Her and her husband are working on this campaign. And he is like, there's just something about Charlie Sheen. Thank you. He's like, there's just something about this guy. I can't put my fingers on it, but he's suspect. Like I be doing. I don't need to have no evidence right away that what I'm experiencing, this motherfucker suspect, and that's all I need to know. And I'm just gonna wait for the evidence that affirms my intuition, right? That's what he was on. And so he went to a rally because I don't know if you've never seen The Dead Zone, you should see it. It's today, even now, it's still epic. not the series, the actual movie with Christopher Walken. It's great. It really is goddamn phenomenal. It really, really is. But so he gets in this accident. He's in a coma for like, I don't know, 10 years or some shit. When he wakes up, he has the ability to see the future, the immediate future, right? And so now that he has this thing that is plaguing him, because anytime he touches anybody, he sees their immediate future, right? But what he discovers is he doesn't see a future that is set. He sees a future that he can help change, because one of the kids he was tutoring, he saw an image of the child drowning in a lake, a frozen lake, right? And the dad comes by later that day and is like, look, we just started a hockey team today. We just got the uniforms. We're going to try them out for the first time today. First hockey tryout. First hockey practice. And he's like, oh my God. He said, you can't do it. You got to cancel it. He's like, man, we invested all this money, whatever. He's like, you can't do it. The kids are going to die. I saw a vision. The kids are going to die. He saw a vision of all the boys dropping in the lake at the same time, right? He's like, please don't do it. He's having this conversation with this kid's father in front of him. So the kid is like, I don't want to go. If my teacher say I'm going to die, I don't want to do it. And so he and his father getting a throwdown. And the father, who is paying him to tutor this kid, is like, you won't this. I'm going to pay you what I owe you, but you won't see my son anymore, right? Because he goes off. He's like, cancel the goddamn practice, right? And so he says, okay, I'll cancel the practice. He finally concedes. He's like, but you don't need to be in my son's life no more. He says he cancels the practice. And so the little boy is like, right? He touches the child again and he's like, okay, you're going to be all right. The kid calls him later that day and he's on the other line sobbing, crying, like he's broken, because even though the kid stayed home, the dad still went to meet the other kids to facilitate this first hockey practice of the season, and 3 children died, drowned in the water, right? So he gets the skill, but he sees that it's not just him inevitably seeing some terrible future, because that's the only future he sees. Sounds like Cassandra, don't it? The only future he sees is these terrible futures. And so at first he's subdued. He's like, I don't want this. But then he realizes with the boy that he can actually change the outcome. He can actually intervene, that the future is not set, that he can change what he sees, right? So he's like, this dude's suspect. He got it. He's slick talking, but he's suspect. Shakes the man's hand at the rally, and he sees a vision. In the original vision that I remember as clear as day, and I haven't seen that movie in 20 years. In the original vision, he sees Charlie Sheen in this office with his two right-hand men. And one of the men is like, look, like, you can't do this. Like, you can't do this. Yes, things are bad, but there is always a solution, and this is not it. So they're going back and forth, and Charlie Sheen tells him, like, you are either with me or against me. And if you are against me, then you can take yourself out of here from this protection that you would be afforded, whatever. You and your kids and your family, y'all can go, right? But that it's what it is. He says, I am having a goddamn moment. Fuck. He says to this man, I knew the exact day what my destiny was. This is my destiny. This moment is my destiny. Do you know what his destiny was? Armageddon. His destiny was to put his finger on the button to facilitate Armageddon. I'm having a whole motherfucking moment, because in this movie that I saw on YouTube the other day, remembering in my mind's eye, they're in this office, 3 of them. One is like, whatever you do is what I'm with. The other one's like, this is madness. This is actually insane. You can't do this. And he was like, so do you want safe shelter for you and your kids and your family? Then you gonna get down with this. Because he had the security. They all 3 had security codes. So he couldn't, quote, push the buttons without all their individual security codes. So he's like, you better put the code up in this shit. This shit is my destiny. It's what I came here for. It's what I came here for. And when they're standing in front of a window in the office. And when they entered the codes, he shakes everybody's hand. What a great day. What a great day for this country. What a great day for God. That's what he says. And as he says that, out of the window, you see a fucking mushroom cloud. And then Christopher Walken's character comes out of this vision that he's shaking this man's hand. Do you know? I'm telling you not what I saw. I'm telling you what I remember from seeing the movie the first time I saw the movie. I saw the movie on YouTube the other night. Nothing else changed in the movie but that scene. That scene in the movie on YouTube where you see the mushroom cloud is gone. It was what I watched the movie for, because I was literally trying to write down a list of movies that I remember that had nuclear annihilation as the cause for apocalypse, the post-apocalyptic end of the world movies that we see. And that whole 3 or 4 seconds when they showed the mushroom cloud outside of the window is gone. I said, why the fuck did they do that? I said, why did they do that? I have seen so many movies lately, and I'm not the only one experiencing it. I saw a brother say the same thing. He went into his garage to get his goddamn VHS tapes. He's like, I know I'm not tripping. Why is this movie different than I remember it? He said he started going through all of these movies because he's like, what? Am I tripping? Like, did I just imagine some shit? That Mandela effect that they are trying to convince you against what your own memory is. And so he said, fuck that. Went and opened up a big ass box of VHSs that he still had in his goddamn garage and starts watching all these old VHSs that have been unmanipulated. And I sat here and watched this goddamn movie the other night on YouTube, and that scene where he sees the vision, and this man says that it was his destiny to destroy the world. And you know who else said that? Because I've been talking to y'all about him for weeks now. Oppenheimer declares, today I am become death, destroyer of worlds, as he gives birth to the bomb that he names Trinity. Somebody called me the other day because I was going off the other night about Oppenheimer and his baby, the Trinity. And that this Jewish white man, at the same time that this country is at war with Nazi Germany and this motherfucker Hitler, Oppenheimer and Hitler, alive at the same time, for both of them named by their friends the modern Prometheus. Both of them? What are the odds? Well, Oppenheimer is giving birth to a goddamn world-ending bomb, and on the other side of the ocean, Hitler is kidnapping blonde-haired, blue-eyed women and creating baby-making factories to generate babies that, in his mind, were the peak personification of the fulfillment of prophecy as told by the Bhagavad Gita. And they're both, the friends and family around them, both named them the modern Prometheus. Illuminated, because Prometheus's sigil is what? The lightning bolt. The lightning bolt. That's Prometheus' symbol. So you got your Western Prometheus and your European Prometheus at the same time. In history, in the world, one giving birth to a world-ending baby called the bomb, one giving birth to babies that he sees as the peak personification of the fulfillment of prophecy, where the Bhagavad Gita, who he too was obsessed with, both of them were obsessed with Bhagavad Gita, by the way, where this section of the Bhagavad Gita foretells because we think it's literal when we read bullshit. When we read mythology, we think the shit is literal. So we literally think Vishnu, the god of destruction, we literally think Vishnu is telling his nephew Arjuna to destroy everything that you see. Everybody you see, everything that you see, lay them to waste. And Arjuna was like, I don't want to do that. What about my mama, my daddy, my people, them, the people I love? He was like, well, you know that the world is an illusion. They were never really born, so they can never really die. So you don't have to feel bad about killing everybody. This is what Vishnu tells Arjuna. And so all these thousands of years later, Oppenheimer is in the goddamn desert in New Mexico giving birth to this world-destroying son of his that he names the Trinity. And as the mushroom cloud forms, he makes the declaration, I am become death, the destroyer of worlds. That is a direct quote from Vishnu in the Bhagavad Gita. So is this prophecy? Or is the, because they saw it as the fulfillment of prophecy. Hitler, Oppenheimer, who else? Fucking, what's his name? Akhenaten. Who else? Alexander the Great. Who else? There's a whole bunch of them. I'm gonna tell you something else that's gonna hurt your feelings. Because once I started seeing this shit, all of these secret societies, all of these males in secret societies obsessed with giving birth as the male mothers, because that's what they call themselves. That's not me superimposing. Gandhi said, I want to become the mother of a liberated India. Why he said that? Because this is a tendency that exists throughout the entire world. Throughout the entire world. The one thing. Not only that, when we were reading about the Babylonian myth of an Anna who gives birth to the most beautiful thing in the universe, her son, gives him, because she's God. So she gives him everything that she has. All the power that she has, he has it. All the beauty that he has, he has it. And once he becomes aware of himself, he becomes envious because he says, there's one thing you have, I don't have. There's one thing you can do, I can't do. And this becomes the seed of a campaign of tyranny waged by him against his mother. And because she loves her baby and she know he's just having a moment, he throwing his little temper tantrum, I'm going to step back and let him have it. She steps back. And the more, holy goddamn shit, the more she steps back, the bigger his rage gets. Oh, damn. Remember? Anyway, god damn. Remember? The more she steps back, the bigger his rage gets, until he gets to the point where the only way people are going to see that I am as powerful as she is for me to destroy her. So Enki wages war against his mother to kill her. He thinks he's killed her, but she's God. You know what I'm saying? This is the first story that gives rise to every other story. But the story is a metaphor for the probability, the possibility, if the son is ever severed from the mother, if the division of the indivisible actually ever occurs, chaos and destruction is the only thing that can be born from it. Absolute, utter destruction is the only, it was a warning. It wasn't a prophecy to be enacted and fulfilled by the malignant. It was a warning of what could be if severance occurred within the one. If division that does not multiply, that does not build, that does not generate, if division occurs that looks like severance, that the only thing that could come from it is absolute destruction. And every single solitary, what you call mythology on earth has the story written into it. The feathered serpent in South America, it is a warning. It is a warning about the son who becomes greater than his mother. The sun, our star, our star, the sun, who becomes greater, more adored than the great giant black primordial abyss that is the whole universe. That's what this religion has done. It has turned these patriarchal father god religions centered on solar sun deity worship. It has whited our black heaven. It has whited our night sky. In our head, I'm not gonna keep going. I could though. I could because every day, every day, I feel like I'm on the brink, man. I feel like I'm on the brink. I feel like I'm on the brink. And for me to be on the brink, the only reason I'm interested, the only reason I feel compelled to talk like this out loud, to like force y'all to follow me if you want. You know what I'm saying? You don't have to stay. I know I be going hard, but it is not to quote just be deep about some goddamn conspiracy theories. I feel like I am on the brink. I feel that shit. Baby, I'm up in here talking to her I haven't talked to a single human being today. I've been up in here. What is it? I know I am close. Just go ahead and give it to me so we can set this shit off. Just go ahead and tell me what it is. Tell me what tell me what the solution is. Tell me what the answer is so we can go ahead and set the shit off. Because it's so close. It's so close. I started talking to y'all about it the other night, but it was so deep, man. And it was so deep. And I'm trying to simplify. I know I seem like I'm all over the place. That's the struggle for me. It's so much information coming in so fast without a body to filter it through. What I mean, okay? I'm gonna tell you what I mean. I'm gonna make it plain. We up in here now because I was gonna go dancing tonight. That's obviously not gonna happen. So I've been thinking about the Bible a lot. I've been thinking about the story of Jesus a lot. I've been thinking about why not only Jesus, because that's not his story. That is just the most recent personification of a story that has 52 prior sun solar deities attached to it. His story is the God damn. His story, who you know as Jesus, is supposedly, even according to Christians, even according to the Bible, his story is supposed to be the last iteration of this story. The Christians refer to Jesus as the last, the last Adam. The last Adam. The Adam of Genesis is called the first Adam. Then I think there's like 7 Adams, like these, what they call the great patriarchs of the Bible. I think Jesus is supposed to be the last Adam. That he is definitely supposed to be the last Adam, but I think his number as the last Adam is 7. I think I'm not mistaken. I got to go into that a little more as I'm talking to you about Oppenheimer splitting the fucking atom. Jesus is considered the last Adam, like in evangelical biblical mythology, right? But not just thinking about Jesus, thinking about all of these other sun solar deities fashioned with the same story. Zeus was a sun solar deity. Apollo was a sun solar deity. Dionysus was the one right before Jesus. Well, actually, Dionysus, then Bacchus, the Roman takeover of that. So Dionysus, aka Bacchus, right before Jesus. Okay, but Mithra in Persia, Zoroastria, what is it? Zohar, the myth around Zohar and Zoroastrianism. Krishna was a sun solar deity that is akin to the story of Jesus. Who else? There's a bunch of them. Moses, even in their own book, Moses was a sun solar deity with the same iconography as Jesus. Okay, so there's all these stories of these sun solar deities with pretty much the same stories, miracles, iconography, this, that, and the other. And so trying to not see the story of Jesus as a story about a person, which we know it is not, but trying to take that personhood out, take that iconography, right, and apply it to the modern day. So, for example, people talk about the Antichrist. There's a lot of talk about the Antichrist right now because Peter Thiel has self-declared that he is the Antichrist. Okay, and like he's doing like people are inviting him to do. Like I just saw this thing yesterday about how people are up in arms because he just did a series of 3 lectures in Rome near the Vatican about how people are paying him to come and talk in these goddamn seminars and shit about how the evidence that he is the Antichrist. Okay. So I'm like, what's this motherfucker playing at? Like, what's his angle? You feel me? So that had me thinking about Jesus and his story and what are the big definers of his story? What are the big definers of his story? And if I am telling you guys that the Antichrist is not a person, that the Antichrist is not an individual, that the Antichrist, just like the birth of Christ, the metaphorical birth of Christ, was an event. It was an astrological event. The quote story of the birth of the sun solar deity on December 25th, 3 days after the winter solstice, is an astrological event. And the particular birth of this sun solar deity, which happened presumably on December 25th of the year, that represented the change from one age to another, the transition from the age of Aries to the transition into the age of Pisces, which Jesus, as the sun in the house of Pisces, on the precession of the equinoxes. Okay, so Jesus's reign is marked by the presence of the fish. That's why you got the Jesus fish everywhere. That's why Black people love doing fish fries with their 2 pieces of fish in their bread, because they are reenacting, quote, him feeding the multitudes on the mount, right? But what they're actually reenacting is what I was telling you about the schism in the Roman Catholic Church, and how the to this day in 2025, when the Pope and the Grand Patriarch met together, the one thing they could not negotiate, among all of the other things they negotiated to change, they could not negotiate on the bread, on the leavened bread versus the unleavened bread. They literally undid the excommunication of all of the devotees of the other religion. They wiped away 2,000 years of excommunication, but could not come to an agreement on the leavened bread and the unleavened bread. And so here, Jesus, as the metaphor for the God damn. Jesus as the metaphor, Jesus is the son, right? Who is Jesus the son of? Jesus is the son. Jesus is the son of God. But the problem is y'all got God wrong. Jesus is the son of, quote, Mary, but Jesus is the son of the Virgin. Jesus, remember I was telling y'all, was it yesterday, day before yesterday, I think? Oh shit. Jesus is the son, right? We'll put him down here. Jesus is the son who was given birth to by a virgin, It was given birth to by a virgin, right? And here's my, and because we could not see what was hidden, damn, oh my God. Because we could not see what was hidden in plain sight. Oh shit. Yeah, I am having a goddamn moment up in here. Yo. Damn. When I tell you, once you see it, you can't. It's everywhere. It's everywhere. Damn. I need to be up in here writing. I don't need to be doing shit else but writing. I mean, the books. The books. I don't need to be doing nothing else but writing. Yeah, oh my God. Oh. Okay. See this here? This is Jesus's birth story. This is Jesus's birth story right here. This is whole birth story, baby. This is whole story right here. Jesus' birth story. This is Jesus. This his mama. Okay? Because what do we know about yin and yang? Yin is represented by cool colors. It's cool, it's cold, it's dark, it's night. You feel me? And yin, what do they say here? Yin gives birth to yang. Well, yin represents the energy of the mother. Yang, which is hot, it's fire, it's red, it's spicy, right? It's energetic, it's effervescent, right? Yang is the baby. Yang is the baby. Yin is the mama. This is the harmonious relationship expressed as divine feminine and sacred masculine. It's between mother and son, right? And so I'm always drawing this for y'all black and white. But I had a fucking epiphany as I was about to tell you the story. Because I told you that the yin and yang is everything. It's a clock, it's a calendar, it's all time, past, present, and future, unfolding simultaneously all the time, right? It's every dimension. It's the extraordinarily microcosmic to the quark, the theoretical quark, all the way up to the imperceptible vastness that is the universe. Known and unknown, seen and unseen, perceivable and imperceptible. It's everything. It's politics, religion, spirituality, all the things right here. Okay. Now, in this story though, if we were looking at this, and there's images of this, by the way, so this is not accredited to me, but if we were looking at this superimposed on a zodiacal chart, and you can find zodiacal charts that have the yin and yang superimposed on it, right? So if we were looking at this superimposed on a zodiacal chart, this relationship as the mother-son relationship, the red and blue come together to make purple, right? There's a reason that I had this little purple thing up in here. I'm going to tell you in a second, okay? But if this is a mother-son relationship and you apply this relationship on a zodiacal chart, then the mother and let's see, so let's turn this way. As a matter of fact, I might have to just draw this real quick and show y'all so y'all can see crystal clear. Okay, so if you're looking at that, the yin and yang drawn as red and blue, right? And then you take and draw a zodiacal chart to demonstrate this relationship between mother and son. Fuck. Yeah. Oops, shit. That's why we got to mend everything. We got to cross everything. We got, as a matter of fact, I would love to see. I'm always telling y'all about my ideal for how temple services will look once we have our building, and how it ain't gonna be me standing at no podium delivering no sermon. It's gonna be 13 women with giant ass like poster boards on the walls. And of course, I'm going to be facilitating the service, right? But I'm going to be doing just what I'm doing now. Breakthrough, breakthrough, breakthrough. And instead of getting distracted on the breakthrough, I have the breakthrough, I speak the breakthrough out loud and point at somebody, and she pick up on that thing so I can stay right where I'm at. And then she pick up over there, and she pick up over there. But not just us, the 13 women facilitating. Everybody that walks into the temple is going to have a pen and a piece of paper that they get at the door. So if they have a breakthrough while watching this shit go off, watching this shit happen, right? If they have a breakthrough, they can take notes too to contribute to the group. You feel me? Babies are going to get color crayons and books where they can sit on the floor and they be just drawing. And there's going to be like music playing. There's going to be a DJ. You feel me? And it ain't going to be old solemn as, nothing against people's choice in solemn music, because they see solemn music as the only music that you can have to do ceremony with and have epiphany. That ain't what I'm on. I need crunk music. I need some house music, whatever. And this is going to be the way that we can begin to function like a singular organism again. We learn as we're teaching. We teach as we learn. What you see, I may not see, and I'll see how my mind be going. But anyway, I would love to see what I'm about to show you done the same way, where women from different cultures around the world, women from South America, Central America, North America, you feel me, from all the continents, coming together with what they have of their ancestral traditions, knowledge, understanding, and come into like a 4-day symposium and shit, right? And take what their speciality is in their traditions. And I'm talking about the mythology of their traditions, the ancestral stories of their traditions, and plug that shit into the creation and erection of a new calendar, of a new clock, of a new time. Because the other thing about the division, when I got off, I know I got off hard on the thing about the Great Schism, but that wasn't the first big divide. It was the first big divide in the church. But the greatest big divide that I didn't even think about, I thought about it last night, but I don't know why I didn't start with it, was when these motherfuckers split time in half. And we just accept that whatever happened before Jesus was born is, quote, before Christ, BC, before the common era, if you call yourself an atheist, but you still use the same calendar imposed on the whole globe by Rome, by Imperial Rome. These motherfuckers, and we talked about it when we did this global conspiracy to right all wrongs. We did a whole big old diatribe. We had a whole 6-hour meeting, a Zoom meeting, where we was trying to figure out what is the conspiracy that we gonna cast to undo the ravages of time the way we understand it. How are we gonna do that? And so I was like, we have to know what we up against before we can create something new. And so I was talking to y'all about this dude. What was his name? Dionysius Exiguus. That was his name. A Christian monk named Dionysius, because he was still a part of the secret society of Dionysian, of the Dionysian mysteries. And he was tasked, hold on, my ID just stopped out of nowhere. No warning, no nothing, just stopped. Hold on. I'm thirsty too. I might need to get up and get something to drink. I'm really thirsty. So Dionysus Exiguus was tasked with the assignment. He was tasked with the assignment of writing a book. The book wasn't just any book. He was tasked with the assignment to rectify time. The name of the book, a 1,200-page treatise called The Reckoning of Time. That's what the name of the book is. The Reckoning of Time. And in The Reckoning of Time, this is where BC was established, the concept of before the birth of Christ. There is no year zero where this split, this quote, chasm in time, exists. This period where they decided to split the calendar in half from the quote ancient world, that quote prehistory over there, to divide time, there is no year zero. There is 1 BC and 2 and 1 AD. So there's 1 BC and 1 AD. The year 1 BC literally means the year prior to the birth of Jesus. 1 year prior to the birth of Jesus. 1 AD, we are told, is Jesus on his first birthday. So you can already see why that's problematic. Can anybody else see why that's problematic? Because there's all this space. You telling us that it's just 2 years, this space. The year before he was born and the year 1 AD that he turned 1 year old. But you saying it's only 2 years between this space that you just generated out of thin motherfucking air, BC and AD. Right? You telling us it's just 2 years. And then halfway in between is where Jesus is born. But why you don't mark his actual birthday? You say his birthday is December 25th, but there's a reason, the reckoning of time, that they had to do it that way. Because where astrology is concerned, the sun is not born on the sun is not born on December 5th. The SUN is not born on December 25th. The sun is born on the spring equinox. The sun is considered born on the spring equinox. And so Constantine was like, you got to rectify this shit because Jesus' birthday is too close to the Jewish Passover. And he's like, we got all these problems with these Jews in Rome. We in real time got this issue. And so you need to rectify how we're going to determine how we celebrate Easter that is not so close in proximity to the Jewish people celebrating Passover. Supposedly, that was the only assignment, was to rectify spring, rectify when the Catholics were going to celebrate Easter so that it didn't seem like it had a relationship to the Jewish practice of Passover. That's what the book was about. A 1,200-page treatise called The Reckoning of Time, where he establishes, quote, BC. AD wasn't established until another 80 years or so later. But you literally split all of human history right down the middle. And we, to this day, concede. Then when we talk about, quote, what do they call it? Pre-modern history, prehistory. Modern history starts with the Roman Empire, at least where history is like modern history is concerned. It starts with the Roman Empire. And so everything that we learn, we literally talk about history as future from 1 AD. Even if it's in the past, we still talk about history as future, as current, as modern, and anything before 1 AD, we talk about as a past that has no consequence, no impact. And we also talk about that past in reverse. We talk about it in reverse. You know what I'm saying? So how did they talk about historical events prior to the establishment of BC? Because I've asked Google that and can't get an answer, by the way. I've asked Google if BC and AD never existed, what would the year be? If the Romans had not manipulated actual time, all time, because when they did it, it was the present tense. See what I'm saying? It wasn't the future. It wasn't the past. It was the present tense when they split the goddamn universe. Because they didn't just split time on Earth. They didn't just split the calendar on Earth. What they did was rectify all time based on their self-interest and based on the present, where they saw Rome was the center of the entire world. That's what they did. They did that in the present. So even though that happened in 325 AD, even though that happened 1700 years ago, isn't the past always the present? Isn't the past always informing the present? Not just only where time and history are concerned, your behavior, your actions, your attitude, your patterns, who you like, who you don't like is based on the past. Your desires, your phobias are based on the past. So the past is always present. The past is always present. Always, all the time, the past is always present. And so here we are, 1700 years later, and we still don't know what year it is, actually. We still don't know what the year we live in would be had they not fucked with the calendars of every single solitary body on the planet. Even though Hebrews and Muslims and the Chinese and the Japanese and most Asians still say they go by a lunar calendar, they ain't the dominant forces on the world, so they still adhere to the Western, quote, globally accepted sense of the change of seasons times the calendar. So even though they celebrate the New Year's on the first lunar, the first new moon of the new year? I think that's how it goes. The first new moon of the new year is when they celebrate the Lunar New Year, right? Everybody still do that. But when they go to work in China, when they go to work in Japan and North Korea and South Korea and all these places, everywhere on earth that say we got a lunar calendar, they still have to live in the world that has been constructed right now for the benefit of white males. And so, yeah, you can do your little cute Chinese New Year, bitch. But my calendar say it's this day, it's this time, this and that, and this and that. And you better be jolly on the spot. Does anybody know? She say the Ethiopians have a different calendar year. They say that we are in. I have heard that. Also, remember I was talking about all the monks on Mount Athos? They too have a system of time telling, and their calendar, I guess, has not changed in, I think he said Mount Athos has been around, like they've been using the same calendar and sense of time for 3,000 years. No, it ain't that long. 1,500 years, something like that. I forget. But yeah. And so I just have this sneaking suspicion, because you remember when we were reading Pure Lust, and one of the things that Mary Daly said, and Mary Daly was not a spiritual woman. She was just a revolutionary gangster. But she was like, the role of the fates, she talks about, esoteric, philosophical, spiritual stuff, but she talks about it within the context of the political world. You know what I'm saying? And so she said the role of the fates is to redefine all time and to what does she say? To the role of the fates is to redefine all time and to cast a global exorcism, to cast a global exorcism that that breaks the spell of amnesia. Because what does she say? What does she say patriarchy's greatest enemy is? Women's ancestral memory. That's what she said. She said the greatest enemy of patriarchy anywhere on earth is the memories you have etched in your goddamn DNA, waiting for an opportunity to come to the surface. She say the greatest enemy of patriarchy is women's ancestral memory. And women, as the fates, the only role of the fates in this moment is to redefine all time and to cast a global exorcism, to what did she say? To cast a global exorcism to break the spell of global amnesia. To break the spell of global amnesia. That's some powerfully gangster shit. It really is some powerful shit. You may not think, you may not see, you may not understand how me jumping all over the place to talk to you about the history and the past and why we have to be learning European history and the truth of it all and this and that and this and that and this and that. I had so much shit come down on me today. I was like, I don't know. I just don't know. I just don't know how I'm gonna do it all. That's why I was on this. Because we women we got to be getting together. And I'm not talking about every now and again to do a cute little ceremony for the new moon. Bitch, we got to be seeing each other's faces every week. I'm telling you, we not only getting together and seeing each other's faces every week, we have to be digging up these old spells, bitch. We have to be digging up these old spells. We have to be digging up weather spells to manipulate the weather, spells to cause storms, because what is going to contend with a fire hungry, malignant, nuclear war god threatening to burn it all down? We have to be getting up in this shit, y'all. I was reading some shit the other day. I was like, yes, that's what we need to be doing. That's what we need to be doing. That the goddamn church during the Inquisition banned, listen to me, y'all, banned women tying knots in threads, right? Banned weaving, banned women braiding each other's hair. You know how you see all them women, like in the Renaissance, they had the beautiful braids, and you would see women talking to each other and braiding each other hair. The church said, hell no. What y'all doing? Over there laughing and talking and whispering and shit. Oh, they're braiding each other hair. Because the history of the Nordic people and the Celtic people and Africans too. But the Nordic people, they all did that shit too. There was a whole history. I have a whole book that I was obsessed with as a kid. I've had this book since I was like a teenager called The Book of Celtic Knots. And it was teaching you how to draw all the different types of Celtic knots and what each knot meant. Not drawing, not creation, weaving, quote, tying knots in each other's hair. This was a way the church believed, based on what the people told them, that if you needed rain for your crops, the women had to get outside and start braiding each other's hair. That they believed the manipulation of a woman's hair could cause storms. So they forbade women from braiding each other's hair. I was like, we need that. If the shit worked, listen, we can try it out like scientists. We can create our own witchy, scientific, peer-reviewed, peer-reviewed peer-reviewed studies. Can we get 33 bitches in a single file line? Not a single file line, in a circle. 33 women in a circle. Everybody braiding each other's hair and speaking the spells to cause storms. You understand? And wait to see how long from the time we did the ceremony to the time that water started falling out the sky. Is it a day? Is it 2 days? Is it a week? Okay, mark it. Do it again. Mark the time. Mark the. I know I sound like I'm being funny, but baby, there are men, not just men. There are men and millions, scores of millions of patriarchal women praying every day, chanting every day, meditating every day, drawing the mandala every day. They're weaving when they're drawing the mandala every day, unending, every day, singing, dancing, men twirling in big skirts, the Sufis. And everywhere, no matter what the language is, no matter what the religion is, no matter what the ceremony is, no matter what the belief is, every single one of these scores of millions of people are praying for the same thing. And what they are praying for in their ignorant alliance to a war god is what these motherfuckers are trying to play out. They are praying destruction. That's what they are. Why are they praying destruction? Because they are praying for the severance of the mother, the end of the mother, the subduing of the mother. I was watching this thing the other day about the Hajj, about the Hajj to Mecca. And I'm reading to you about what victim means. The sacrificial killing of an animal or a human for a deity. And I'm watching this video 2 days ago about the Hajj, and how what we don't hear about the Hajj is how many hundreds of people die every year at Mecca during the Hajj. The greatest number of people to die so far since they've been taking the numbers of people getting crushed to death during the Hajj. What was it, 736 people in a year to die doing Hajj, crushed to death. This video was talking about the number of women and male children and female children that report being sexually assaulted in the dance around the Kaaba. Not, out on the street afterward, during the circling of the Kaaba. How many women and children are sexually assaulted? How many police reports are filed? And of course, the police never do anything. But how many police reports are filed every day of women and children being sexually assaulted on the grounds? The little circle, the little counter circle around the Kaaba. About how a man, child, listen, they're singing as they're going around. Beautiful. I always loved Arabic singing. It's so ethereal. It's so mesmerizing. And then they're putting the English translation for the lyrics of this one song that they're singing while they're circling the Hajj. Oh my God. I said, that's what that beautiful music say. I said, what the fuck? What they were talking about, the Christian infidels, the Jewish infidels, the this and that and this and that, death to them all. I said, what the fuck? And this guy was obviously biased. He was obviously a Christian, right? But does that make the information any less significant? So he talking about the Hajj, he talking about all the terrible shit that happened at the Hajj. But then my default is to think about the sexual perversion implicated in the actual ritual of weeping at the Wailing Wall. He said, nothing like this happens in Christian churches. Bitch, bye. What the fuck is you talking about? The whole generations and generations and generations of men, women, and children who have been brutalized not only by Catholic priests, by good Southern Baptist evangelicals, by Sunday school teachers. Stop lying. It may not be as overt as what you are seeing in the Hajj, but the Hajj is just an external version of what happens in mass in every church on the planet. Please stop with the madness. Please stop. When you can talk about how many, and this was very recent, they built this whole memorial on this one story. These it was about, and that shit didn't end until they didn't close them institutions till 1972, I think, 82, 72, something like that. But the damn the centers for quote wayward women in Ireland, and of course they were only focusing, on the Protestant Irish. They weren't putting no Catholic girls up in there. But if your ass got pregnant out of wedlock, by law, so-called separation of church and state, by law, your ass was going into one of these homes for wayward women. And you were going to work like a slave to pay your spiritual debt for fornication. And that shit was the police coming to your house to arrest you and take you to this house for wayward women while you can have this baby that these nuns were selling on the market. These nuns were selling their babies to adoptees in America who couldn't have babies. No choice. This was your punishment. This was the punishment by God for your slutty ways. So you was going to work forever for free, and we was going to sell your baby as fundraisers. And because the conditions were so violently hostile in this Irish Catholic, place where the nuns be at, they said so many babies died just from malnutrition, just from terrible conditions and shit like that. Well, people kept saying, that's a myth. They didn't bury them babies, this and that and this and that. So one day, relatively recently, some children playing on what used to be the grounds of the place. The place was shut down because of all the controversy, whatever. Doors closed, blah, 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 blah. These kids were playing on the grounds of what was this place. And one of the kids one of their legs fell into this hole, and the friend had to drag him out. And they looked in the hole, and the kids started freaking out. And they took off running. They went home. It's like, there's bones. So the child fell, leg in the hole, and opened up this, what was a shallow mass grave. So all the babies that died on the premises, the women just threw them in a fucking hole in the back of the place. The nuns just threw the babies in a hole. They had these. So whenever you find like anything like that, say you walk around, you have to call the police. If you see bones of a person, it's obviously a person, right? You call them. But if it looks old, then the police will call like a local, school that has like an anthropology department or something like that. So that's what happened. Police are brought to the site, and the Irish version of the CDC is brought onto the site, and then they call like diggers, like an anthropologist and shit like that, right? Once they finally retrieved all the bones, little baby bones, once they retrieved all the bones from this site that this baby almost fell into, it ended up It ended up being 3,000 children. 3,000 babies. 3,000 babies. 3,000 Irish babies who could not survive the monstrous conditions imposed on them by these villainous ass nuns who were kidnapping the other babies as soon as they were born and selling them to wealthy white people in the United States of America. This shit was happening from the late 1800s until they finally closed the rotten ass institution in 1982. There was one girl that said, I wanted my baby. And I didn't give a fuck. I wasn't going to that place. And so her parents were trying to put her into place. And so she took off. She called her auntie. She's like, auntie, who was in she was in Ireland and her auntie was in London. And she said, auntie, this was happening. They're trying to come and get me. I need some money. I need to get on a bus. This and that and this and that. Her auntie was like, baby, I got you. She send her the money, get a little bus ticket, and she goes to Britain where she to London where she thinks she is going to be, where she is safe with her auntie, and her auntie is going to help her take care of the baby. Her auntie gets her the bus ticket. And when that girl got to London, there were 3 men in black, representatives of the church, to catch her ass. Her auntie called the motherfucking police, bitch. And these goddamn men in black came and got this girl and forced her into this home. That story. So somebody was asking me about Sinead O'Connor the other day. That's what she did. That's what she was going off on. She was going off on this pristine image of the Roman Catholic Church that the world still accepts to this day as pristine, crystal clean, and that if anything happened bad within the confines of the church, it is just the individual behavior of individuals who aren't real Christians. They just not that the exploitation of human beings, the punishing of human bodies as punishment, labor, slave labor. They see this as punishment for original sin. That's what they teach. So that's why there's this disconnect between the trauma imposed on children in these institutions, because this is just what you deserve as the filthy, sinful being that you come here as. Anyway, let me get back on this other shit. And this is the last thing I'm going to say because I need something to drink and I'm hungry. But I'm talking about this as a historical story of iconography that is cyclical and spherical and includes all time, all space, and all dimensions. And that this story is the quintessential story of the reunion of the one after the split within the one. Okay? The split is where we are now. The split is where we are now. Okay? This is the purple in between. And your Bible tells you this. All of the scriptures in the Old Testament about the establishment of the tabernacle while they was roaming to and fro in the wilderness, and it tells you measurements. The Bible tells you measurements and what needs to go where and who can have access to what parts of the tabernacle. Don't the Bible tell you, give you real descriptive details on the erection of the tabernacle? And on one side, the left side of the tabernacle is blue and it represents Boaz. And the right side of the tabernacle is red and it represents Joachim, right? And in the center of the tabernacle, hidden behind a purple veil of the tabernacle, because these are the pillars of the tabernacle, the red and the blue are the pillars of the tabernacle. And hidden behind a veil is the representation of the two becoming one. Isn't that what they tell you? Isn't that what they tell you on Easter when all the churches in the world be throwing that little purple sash over the cross just for Easter? That Jesus, as the Messiah, represented the the union of the church. That's what they tell you. That the tabernacle, the erection of the tabernacle in the Old Testament, the many places that it shows up, is a prophecy of when the Messiah comes, and the chosen and the Gentiles will come together under the Messiah, who is represented by the purple veil, the third column of the temple that must remain unseen until the Messiah comes. The reunion of that which has been divided. You understand? What is the reunion of that which has been divided? The mother from her son, bitch. The mother from her son. Who is the son? Told you it was going to come to me. I've been working on this for days, and it just came to me. Remember, I was telling you, because the new moon was preceded. I mean, the equinox was preceded by this new moon in Pisces, and the equinox had this major aspect with Venus. Like Venus was dominating in this aspect, and how this was perfect because I had been talking to y'all using my other little graph, right, about how the little red string is the umbilical cord. The red string between the two Piscean fish, right, is the umbilical cord. This is the mama, this is the son, and the red string that you see in the constellation, the pictorial constellation of the fish, of two actual fish facing opposite directions, and there's always this red string between the two of them. And I'm like, what's the red string? What's the red string? And then this girl told me this story about how the Piscean fish, the Greek mythological story behind the Piscean fish, was a story about Venus and her baby. Venus and her son, Cupid. Cupid is her baby. And Venus is giving birth to full grown out of the ocean. You've seen the pictures of Aphrodite born from a shell. The picture of Aphrodite standing fully naked on the ocean, and she's standing inside the shell by Michelangelo. That is about this story, because Aphrodite is Venus. Okay. And so in this story, not only is Venus, aka Aphrodite, born full grown, supposedly, I still don't know how this factors in, but this is what's important. Supposedly, Uranus is castrated by his son. And when he is castrated and his penis falls into the ocean, Venus is born full grown from his blood and semen in the ocean, and she comes to Earth on the shell. She surfs the waves to the Earth on the shell, and she is pregnant when she is born. And when she has her baby, this monster named Typhon is trying to kill her and her baby. And so in order to save her and her baby's life, they run to jump back into the ocean. But she ties around their waist, both of them, a red string. So if they get lost in the ocean, they will always be able to find their way back to each other. This story of Venus and Cupid. Okay? So if the story is a story about Venus and Cupid as the Piscean fish, then Jesus and, quote, Mary, right, are the metaphor for the two Piscean fish, because Jesus is the S-U-N in Pisces, right? And if that's the case, and Jesus is one half of the Piscean fish, and his mama is the other half of the Piscean fish, then who are they that need to find their way back to one another? Who are they that need to find their way back to one another? Another hint is, why, if Jesus is the metaphor for the sun Piscean fish, and his mama, I'm just gonna tell you. Jesus and his direct relationship with his mama who have been separated by a monster, so they trying to find their way back to each other. And all of the, quote, New Testament Jesus iconography points to this. Jesus is the baby aspect of the Piscean fish, and Virgo is Mary. Virgo is his mama. Virgo is the mama. See, they're directly opposing. Virgo is the mama. Why would I say Virgo is the mama? Because it's not just Jesus. It's not just fish iconography all the way through the entire New Testament. Guess what else is the big iconography all the way through the New Testament in the story of Jesus as one half of the Piscean fish? They always talking about motherfucking bread. Why are they always talking about bread? Because what you need to make bread? Wheat. Who is the guardian of wheat? Virgo. There she is right there. There she is right there. The separation, the successful division between mother and son. And if this story is telling about the separation and eventual prophesied reunion between the divine mother and the divine son, then all the times you read in the Bible about the tabernacle and the red pillar and the blue pillar, the red pill and the blue pill, the red party and the blue party, always trying to distract you like a seesaw from one extreme to the other so that you never get to what's behind the veil that must not be revealed until the Messiah returns. What's the third pillar? The third pillar is right there. You see that big old S that we've been obsessing about all this time? So they use your iconography, the S everywhere. S. They use it everywhere. Villainize it. Villain. Every time you see it, right? To keep you from it. The showing it to you in plain sight is the veil that keeps you from it. Why is it purple? Because what does their own New Testament say about the coming Antichrist? That one who will come riding on the beast to save the day, truth be told. But the way they tell it is a horror story. But it's not our horror story. Whatever their horror story is our story of victory. Isn't that the world they created? These extreme oppositions? Well, if the revelation is their horror story, the scariest story ever told, then it must be it's our story of victory. It's our story of triumph. It's our story of overcoming. It's our story of subduing what has gone rogue. It's our story of mending all divisions. It's our story of turning the tides of time back to our favor. That's what the story is. The pillar, like I told you before, y'all probably don't remember, but when you're looking at the pillars, what does this book, let's see, what does this book say about the pillar? Anybody remember what this book here says about the pillars? The columns. Anytime you see columns, every time you see pillars, anytime you see anything like that, do y'all remember what this book here said about the pillars, about the columns? Why are you talking about some red pill and blue pill and it's the illusion of choice? Why are you talking about red pillars and blue pillars as a part of the Freemason iconography? Distractions. Because this book right here, let me just see if I can find it real quick. Like this book here say that in all societies, in all cultures, prior to the emergence of patriarchy, everywhere, even among people who had never made contact, the pillar, aka the columns, were synonymous everywhere on the whole of the earth. And there it is. Okay. Let me put my eyes on while I'm straining. Huh? Let's see. There we go. Let's find it. 22. I tell you, these trash ass motherfuckers, they ain't left no stone unturned. So you remember we were talking about her, the Anima Mundi or the Axis Mundi. When she's standing, if you ever see, you can find a bunch of photos of her. Just put the Anima Mundi in a search engine to look for pictures. Typically, she's not sitting holding the earth. She is standing on top of the earth with her legs spread, right? And so this first reference to the pillar is in reference to the Axis Mundi, right? And it says, believing that the entire starry universe turned about the north and south poles, the ancients envisioned these poles quite literally as the ends of an actual pole or axis that passed all the way through the earth. The heavens, the earth, and the underworlds were arranged around the Axis Mundi, the axis of the world, whose still points could be seen or inferred at the celestial poles. Northern Europeans, that's not the one. But I'm gonna tell you. Hold on. And if I don't find it, I'm just gonna have to tell you. But even like, even right here, we're talking about the ladder, the symbolism of the ladder. Who knew, right? Like Jacob's ladder or whatever. Initiates of the mythic mysteries climbed a sacred ladder of 7 rungs, each rung made of a different metal to correspond with the 7 planetary spheres and their deities. Older religions, however, were rich in ladders to heaven, copied by an anonymous biblical writer in the vision attributed to Jacob. Egyptian ladders of Horus or ladders of Set featured helpful angels who would assist the pharaohs in their climb to heaven. Egyptian tombs, Egyptian tombs contained heaven ascending ladders in the form of amulets. Muhammad and Buddha also climbed to celestial regions by heaven ascending ladders. To climb to heaven and return by a ladder characterized the shamanistic initiations in Central Asia, China, Black Sea. The Greek word climax, Klimax, climax, meant ladder to heaven. The word climax meant ladder to heaven. Power Kids been saying, Alex, what is the uterus for $1,000? Yes. Yeah. Yes. Goddess Essence Energy say Virgo really is that girl in the center of a lot of things. Yes. Let me tell you about your motherfucking Pope Leo. I told y'all I was having a whole moment. Me and this nigga got the same birthday. He's a Virgo. This Pope Leo the 14th is a Virgo. Remember the book? I haven't read it to y'all yet, but remember I was all hype about the book that I got? And the name of the book is Jesus is a Virgo. Remember that? I said, oh shit. Oh shit. All right. If Jesus was a Virgo, then the Antichrist was a Pisces. Y'all ain't ready for that though. Anyway, climax meant a ladder to heaven and also a sexual encounter with a goddess or with one's own female soul, aka his Shakti or his psyche. In either case, the result was mystic enlightenment. Thracian kings ascended to the goddess Hera. The Christian 7th century monkish author, the latter author of The Ladder to Paradise, tried to explain the many examples of heaven ladder preserved at Mount Athos and elsewhere by glossing them as steps towards the attainment of moral perfection. The author was canonized as Saint John Climacus. John of the Ladder, Climacus. And his book was translated into English in 1959 under the title of The Ladder of Divine Ascent. Damn. Right? But anyway, so the ladder, right? The ladder to heaven, the ladder also from which you could return, right? Then there was another one, the columns, the pillars that you see in all Freemason iconography. Every time you hear these Negroes talking about, see, they are the sign and the symptoms of the Illuminati takeover of hip hop, it's always red and blue iconography or the black and white checkerboard iconography. Or see, you see the pillars right there. That's the Freemasons right there. You see the pillars, you see that? That's the Freemasons right there. And every culture on earth prior to the emergence, even well within the emergence of the patriarchy, just like they were saying right there, the pillars, the columns were always synonymous with the open legs of the squatting goddess giving birth. That's it. That's it. See what I'm saying? So when I'm telling you what the Bible say, the author of all the adversary is the author of all confusion. When they be making shit so super deep and esoteric and so deep that when you hear something simple, you like it can't be real because it's too simple. It can't be that easy. It's too simple. Why? Because the adversary is the author of all confusion. So they tell you all the signs and the symptoms hidden in plain symbols, hidden in plain sight of the devil. The devil is hiding everywhere. And so that's all y'all see. When I was talking about the old lady and the little babies in the movie's weapons, and they are the weapons in the movie. Why? Because the only thing that can dismantle the patriarch is the playful innocence of children and the old loving wisdom of the crone that has literally been made invisible while simultaneously being propped up as the ultimate evil everywhere on earth. They hide her in plain sight to keep you from her. She is the salvation. The babies are a metaphor. What are the babies a metaphor for? Everybody on the motherfucking earth has got a mom. That's the metaphor. The metaphor is for everybody who came through a uterus. Why the pillars are so important in all of this witchy, Freemason, Illuminati takeover of hip hop that let you see evil and witches and demons everywhere. So you got to run back into the warm embrace of Jesus. It is what it always has been. When it's talking about this ladder that could help you achieve mythic enlightenment by ascending on the ladder, but that same ladder can also help you go in the other direction. What is this synonymous for? We've been talking about this shit over and over and over again. The pillars have and always will be, in damn near every culture on earth, a metaphor for the legs of the goddess in the squatting position delivering her god son. Who was the goddess? Any woman who in ancient Kemet, because that's where they get it from, in ancient Kemet, who was a noble. If she was a queen, she was what? She was considered the divine embodiment of the goddess. Who was the goddess? Who was the goddess in Kemet? Venus. So every woman that was crowned queen or king regent was considered to be the goddess of love and abundance, Venus, in the flesh. You feel me? And so it didn't matter who the woman was, as long as she was, quote, divine, when witnessing her. That's why you have so many statues, so many sculptures, so many hieroglyphs showing Isis in the squatting position with two goddesses on her side holding her arms. In the squatting position, standing straight up, squatting down, as she is what? She is God. She is Isis. She is Isis. She is God. She is Mary. She is God. God, in the squatting position, according to your Christian Bible, casting her most beloved out of heaven down to earth. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And so the pillars are the strength of her legs in the standing, squatting position while she casts her rebellious baby from heaven to earth, right? The pillars, and if the red and the blue pillars in every building, in every structure, everywhere on earth, if the red and blue pillars are metaphors for her legs in the squatting position as she is delivering this new son, this new God son, right? Then what is the third pillar? If the red pillar and the blue pillar are her left and right legs while she's in the squatting position, giving birth to God, then what is the hidden third pillar? Oh my God. Oh my God. What's the third pillar that must remain hidden until the return of the Messiah? Shit. What's the third pillar? Why is the third pillar purple? And why do we need to know that the third pillar is purple if it's actually we don't know, but it's assumed that the third pillar is purple and that it's hidden behind a veil. Okay. And why can the veil not be lifted until the return of the Messiah? The third pillar represented by this purple here is, if you was looking at it, if you was, yeah, this will do. God. Oh shit. Oh my God. Yes. And so God damn. Child. Oh shit. Okay, so this picture that I know. Give me a minute. I know y'all in suspense. This picture that I'm about to show y'all is look at it at three different angles. Okay, so if I'm telling you that the two columns that you always be looking at as the signs and the symptoms of the Illuminati and this and that and this and that, the physical columns that you see in any building, right? You have your outer columns and then your deep column that's center column that's inside the building, right? And there's a purple veil that hides the third column that can't be revealed until the Messiah returns. What's the Messiah return? Anybody want to venture a guess what the Messiah return is? Still talking about Jesus and his mama, Virgo Mary. Okay. So God is born from God, and God in this scenario is Mary, Virgo. Okay. Jesus and Mary, Virgo. That's why your fish fries, you think it's just because Jesus fed the multitudes with two pieces of fish and 2 loaves of bread. This is a metaphor for the multitudes given birth to by the harvest goddess who is Virgo. The wheat, the bounty symbolized as wheat is us. We the wheat. We the bounty. Given birth to by the Mary, because each one of us is Jesus. The Messiah is us. Each and every one of us. Why are we the Messiah returned? Huh? Because in this story that I'm telling y'all, see the yin and yang as the birth story. Okay. So if the yin and yang is the birth story, your mama, so pretend this is your mama, but facing you this way. Okay. So this is her face. This is her. Let's just say this is her. Facing this way. You looking at her face on in the squatting position with this motherfucker about to come out of her body. This her body, this the bottom part of her body, this the upper part of her body. Okay? This is the ladder. Right? This is the ladder to heaven that we was just talking about, right? This is the ladder. Okay? We said that the pillars are literal metaphors. If you were facing her and you were looking at her old school way in what they call a squatting chair, where your arms would be resting on these two things, you would have 2 women, one on each side, and you would be in a deep squat delivering that baby. Okay. And so this is her spine. This is your mama's spine. Okay. It's actually analogous for you and your mama's spine. Okay. Because when you are indistinguishable from your mama, meaning the 9 months that she is pregnant with you, even though you can see her belly get big, you and your mama are still one. See, mommy and I are one is a metaphor for a process that is literal, that is scientific and literal. You and your mommy are one. For the first 9 months of your existence, without evidence for the first part of that, you and your mother are indistinguishable for 9 months because you live in her body, and for all intents and purposes, you cannot survive outside of her body. You and your mama are indistinguishable, meaning you and your mama are one. So the whole yin and yang could also be a metaphor for her big old belly. Okay. But anyway, she getting ready to have you. This is her neck. This is her spine, right? And you getting ready to come out. This is right before you come out. Say this is your head. When the head comes out, actually when the face comes out, because what the doctor or the midwife will do is actually turn the baby so that the baby is face up, so that the first thing that you see is the baby's face. That moment when the baby's face is evident, this is what you're looking at here on the bottom. This is the reason right here, for those of you on IG, this little picture right here is the reason that everywhere you look, everywhere you go, in political spaces, in religious spaces, in social spaces, and you see Jesus fully grown, but he's surrounded by this brilliant light that looks like the shape of an almond. It's called the Mandalora. The Mandalora is a metaphor. It's an almond shape. It's an almond shape But the Mandalore in every culture is a metaphor for your mother's open vagina at the time you present your head or face. That moment. And so this picture of the baby's face, I just saw these images on that documentary last night about these priests and these Byzantine priests, unlike the Pope, they have like these weird headdresses that look almost like nuns' headdresses, right? But they have the headdress comes down like a nun's headdress, but then they have like it comes over their face. And so they have a Mandalore cloth where they all have their faces just like this. I said, what the fuck? I said, this is the iconography. It was clear because all three of them were dressed in red, these red garbs with things long like nuns, with their faces mushing out of the fabric in the shape of a Mandalore. It's everywhere. As a matter of fact, where the flag, there's a big painting on the back wall of the World Health Organization, and the white family, the picture on the wall of the World Health Organization. I said, these motherfuckers really do be playing in our face. It's massive painting on the back wall of the World Health Organization, and up above it has a giant Mandalore with a full white family, a man and a woman and two little babies in this beautiful, like scenic, like farm, like the American dream. And below this Mandalore that seems to be floating above the world, everybody else is slaves. This is a painting on the wall of the World Health Organization today. Everybody of color is down below the sacred family inside the world vagina. Everywhere you see just the shape of the almond, just the shape, nothing in it. Everywhere you see the shape, you are looking at the mother erased. They still, and so you looking at your mama's open womb. Even the iconography. Remember I was telling you why the lion? Why the lion? Why the mane? Why the hair? Why the hair of the lion being synonymous with the rays of the sun? Why? Why the halo? Why the halo? That's the problem. Alchemic energy, they are telling because they know we don't know and we too ashamed to ask. Or we too ashamed to sound crazy, like a crazy conspiracy theorist that need to be tossed in a mental institution somewhere because she just see everything and everything ain't there. It is the fuck there. It is the fuck there. Everything you think you see is what you see. But you too scared to say, you too scared to ask, because they will be quick to toss your ass in the motherfucking hospital somewhere. But it's there. So I was asking the question of y'all several months back, why the lion? Why the iconography of the lion? Why all of the solar heroes are represented by the lion? And it's always about their hair. Samson with his 7 long locks, right? Hercules, what's his name? Achilles, played by Brad Pitt, with brilliant blonde hair and bright blue eyes like the Caspian shit and all that shit, right? Why these Leo heavy sign men, crazy men who have seen themselves as the fulfillment of the prophecy of the hair like the rays of the sun and the eyes as blue as the sky in the desert with the white sands, they are synonymous with the white skin. It is a bastardization. It is a flipping upside down and perversion of the birthing process. Why the baby face in the Mandalore, right? Why they always synonymous with the why they always synonymous with the I got another one for you. Why they always synonymous with the Lion King? Because I was like the other day, I gotta go back and rewatch this bullshit with the Lion King. As I'm going into this deep dive about the lion, the mane, the ray, and the mane of the lion being synonymous with the rays of the sun, let me tell you why, because it's right up in your face. I'm working this out as we go. Ciao. Working this out as we go, and I'm having a whole goddamn moment, right? Whoop. A whole ass, holy shit. God damn. It's so much. I got to work this out. It's so much. But right now, why the lion? Because not just the lion. I'm not talking about just the lion. I'm talking about the iconography of the lion flipped upside down, turned inside out, and stolen outright by the sun gone rogue. Let me tell you why. Because think about all the goddesses. Think about all the pre-patriarchal goddesses who one of her, always her, main archetypal animals through different cultures too. Archetypal animal was the lion. Parvati is seen either riding on a lion. Sekhmet, and Anna Ashtoreth. There's a gang of female primordial goddesses whose consort, her primary consort, was the lion, which was regal, which was the lion. See, even when we talk about the astrological quote characteristics of a Leo, right? And they shadow side, and they light side, right? Like if a Leo is living in balance, then he is regal and royal, and he surveys his kingdom, and he cares for his kingdom, and he is held accountable by his kingdom, and his kingdom trusts him, so they hold him accountable and are accountable to him. This symbiotic relationship of leadership, right? Like Leos are charismatic and this and that and this. They're great leaders. But if they living in their shadow side, what do they say about Leos? They are egomaniacs. They are insane, right? They can be destructive, right? Prideful. Yes. What does prideful mean? You can't tell that motherfucker shit. He know everything already. Can't tell him shit, right? So Leo now does not become synonymous with the quote feminine aspects of primordial leadership as displayed by all these pre-patriarchal deities who is riding on lions, walking beside lions. You see these stories right now today of all these black women working in the lion preserves in Africa. And people are like, how they do that shit? They just playing with the lion and walking with the lion and shit. How these black bitches doing that shit? It's a deep memory, right? It's a deep memory. Yes, exactly. Alchemic energy. I'm like, I got to go revisit Scar. I always like Scar anyway, but now I got to be looking deeper into this iconography, the shadow side and the light side of Leo the lion, right? The reason why is because in this story, I want you to remember, anytime you were talking about any of the zodiacal characteristics, the zodiac, this whole symbol is you. You are represented by each and every one of the signs in the zodiac. They are, because you too, just like your mama, you too, just like God, you too, just like the primordial God that gave birth to all that is, was, and will ever be, you are many-faced just like your mama is. You are many-faced just like your mama is, right? And so if Leo becomes becomes synonymous with every sun solar deity after they have stolen the iconography from the mother, because after like so-called Babylonian captivity of the Hebrews, This is when you have, quote, the whole concept of like the Lion of Judah and all of this shit. All the Rastafarians be talking about the Lion of Judah, this lion symbology that becomes synonymous with masculinity and conquest and shit like that. It's no longer the symbiotic relationship between the divine feminine and her consort, which is the royal lion that has this symbiotic and reciprocal relationship with everyone, right? Now it becomes the ego Leo. It is the sun, solar deity, hero that must slay every single thing in every single house. So when you read about all of these sun, solar deity heroes, isn't it odd that they're always supposedly representative of the energy of the lion? Yet every time you see one of their stories and quote the labors that they must perform, when a male is in labor, what is he producing? Because I'm telling you, everything you've ever been told, every story you've ever been told is about your mama. Not just your mama in general, your mother's body. Not just your mother's body in general, your mother in childbirth. Every single solitary story. Every story. So if your mama, when she is in labor, birth is on the other side, life is on the other side. If the male mother, if the son gone rogue, if the father guy performs labors, the 12 labors, in every one of these stories, what does Hercules is, aka Hercules is, or aka Perseus, aka what do their labors produce in every single one of these stories? Because each story is about this son gone rogue and his travels through all of the quote houses. In these stories, take Samson, for example. Samson is a sun solar deity. Yeah, he is. I mean, they talk about his hair and it's got his 7 long locks, and it is his locks are a part of his covenant with God and all of this shit. And he's supposed to be sun solar deity hero. What's the first thing that he does? Even though he is supposed to be the iconography of the lion, the first quote labor he performs while going to get the enemy. Oh shit! Why he goes to get the enemy is the lion. But I'm gonna tell you something else. I'm just having a motherfucking moment because he kills the lion and then assumes the presentation of the lion. But he has to kill the lion before he can assume the position of the lion. He kills the lion. Then he kills the lion, and he is told that a part of his covenant is he cannot eat flesh, right? But he come back and he's hungry, and he see this lion he done killed, and in the mouth of this lion, a honeycomb has formed, and so he gently scoops the honeycomb out of the lion's mouth and consumes the honeycomb. And you think that shit is a literal story, but no, it is a nod. It is a wink. It is a wink. This is my feeble attempt at oh, it's pretty good. Okay, girl. Okay. Your little impromptu sketch game is it's getting up there. All right. Right. So this is my little attempt at a honeycomb. Okay. The honeycomb is too synonymous with Virgo. All right. Honey. It's synonymous. She is the land of milk and honey. Why is she the land of milk and honey? Because she is breastfeeding her baby. The milk and honey is the sweetness that comes out of her mother's body, his mother's body. That's why every deity associated with Virgo, I know that that Virgo is ruled by Mercury, but Virgo's mother is Libra, who is ruled by Venus. So Venus is always tied to the iconography of Virgo because Virgo is the only female in heaven. Libra, you only see the scales because Libra is a crone, and so all the crones have been wiped out of heaven. Libra is a crone. This is Virgo's mother, and so That's why Virgo holds the scales of justice in the other hand, the sheath of wheat in one, the scales of justice. It is a nod to remember, to recall her mother, who, as a matter of fact, Libra is the only sign in the zodiac that's not represented by a living being, by a living creature, just the scales. That is an attempt to wipe her out of history, right? So she represents Venus, Virgo. Venus is associated with Virgo, Aphrodite, Oshun, all those deities, and they all have that in common. Honey, milk and honey, peacocks, wheat, or some kind of grain, right? But the lion is moving through each house, killing and killing and killing. And so it doesn't even occur to us that when Leo is making his, now we're talking about the precession of the equinoxes. So when he's making his little journey through the precession, which goes in the opposite direction of our annual zodiac, when Leo is making his journey around the this and this and this and this and this, killing everything because his labors as a man trying to give birth like his mama because he mad, everything he gives birth to results in death. He can only give birth to death. He can only give birth to destruction. He can only give birth to warfare. And so it never occurs to us in this procession that his last act of courage, Samson, we'll take as the example, that because he fell for the okie doke or whatever, you feel me, that the last person that he kills is his mother lover. But he has to go through the procession, right? She gives birth to him. He goes through the procession, killing everything until he returns to kill his mother. Isn't that the story of Samson? The story of Samson is he falls in love with Delilah, right? And she, quote, deceives him, tricks him, and he gets caught because she cuts his hair off while she slips him a Mickey or something. That's how the story goes. And while he's vulnerable and while he's weak, they catch him because he was wreaking havoc on all their people, and they put him in jail. And so they put him on display to like make fun of him or whatever. And he asked God for one last bout of strength so he could kill all the Philistines. Who are the Philistines? I'm telling you, it's so important that we walk through these studies in real time, out loud. The Philistines are what we call the modern day Palestinians. Yep. So if you see, but the only way you can see the web of connection is to see that the Bible, oh my God, you are right, Power Kismet. See, this is the type of shit I'm talking about. You are right, Power Kismet. He is bound. Oh, I told you. He is bound between two pillars and ask God for one more belt of strength so that he can kill them all by tearing down the two pillars. Boy, that's what I'm talking about. This the kind of shit I'm talking about. When we up in here together, you feel me? God damn, yes, Power Kismet. Shit. This is a metaphor. Because he don't say, let me get back at this bitch who got me off my square. He said, give me the power to kill them all. Give me the power to kill them all. Goddamn. Come on, Power Kismet, man, shit. Yes. I'm getting to a point. So he kills his mother lover. And the reason I say mother lover is because everybody born with a uterus is considered a singular descendant of an unbroken line of the one mother, the so-called mitochondrial Eve. That's why even in the yin and yang, they don't say mother-son dynamic. They say, mother-daughter dynamic. They say mother-son dynamic because the daughter is the mother. She is still essentially considered a clone of her mother. Okay? That's one thing. But the other aspect of the lion iconography that we see everywhere and why there's such heavy emphasis placed on the quote hair as synonymous with rays or sun rays or a lion's mane, right? This is only the iconography that exists under the Leo who has gone rogue against his mother. That's why all the iconography of the Leo throughout the zodiacal chart is him slaying every vestige that looks like the mother. When you think about all these Sun Solar Hero stories, like Percy Jackson and the Lightning Bolt Thief, he has to kill the seven-headed Hydra. All reptiles are the mother. He has to kill the seven-headed. Not only all reptiles are the mother. The seven-headed Hydra is the Nagas of the ancient Hindu tradition. It was ultimate enlightenment when the serpent raised almost like a cobra, and it's actually the seven heads of the divine serpent, right? So he kills the seven-headed Hydra, your path to ultimate enlightenment, right? He kills the Chimera, which is a lion, reptile, eagle, phoenix hybrid. There's a whole medical condition called chimericism, right? Based on this mythology. He kills the Chimera. He kills the Minotaur. He kills the great bull of heaven. Every vestige of the iconography that is associated with the goddess in pre-patriarchal tradition, this is who the new sun solar deity must prove himself to the great father God to, quote, conduct his labors, slaying the mother wherever she shows her face. That's the story. And so this sun solar deity hero, this story is still about your mama's body when she was giving birth to you, okay? But the sun solar deity hero, one of the reasons I suspect, I ain't never read this, but it makes common sense to me. One of the reasons that he is always pictured as a, quote, lion with a mane, I'm just sitting here thinking about, damn, yikes, oh shit. Thinking about the Wizard of Oz and the Wiz. Everything we talking about is in the Wizard of Oz and the Wiz. But remember the lion in the Wizard of Oz? And he's got the little mask on, so just this much of his face is showing, and then he got this little this and this and this and this, right? Why were these monks' face in the Mandalore like that, right? Why they got the... Anyway, I'll tell you why. Because back in them days, when y'all wasn't so scared of vagina, when y'all wasn't so scared of hairy vagina, every last one of your sun solar deity heroes, which is you, but these mythologies that erect the sun over the mother, and so the, quote, rays become synonymous with what his face looked like the moment his face was visible, and it was surrounded by hairy vajayjay. Look like a lion, don't it? You think it's a stretch? Huh? This is your mama's legs spread open. This is you falling down to earth because her ass ain't no bed. She's standing on her feet in the squatting position, and she got a midwife underneath her so the baby don't hit the goddamn floor when he is cast out of heaven and cast down to earth. And when his face becomes visible in this hairy vajayjay, it literally looks like the little head of a lion. And I'm sitting here thinking about the black lion on the Wiz when he's singing the song, I'm a lion, I'm a lion. And his little nappy, his little nappy hair, and his face is literally, his costume comes around his face, literally like a Mandalorian. I said, oh shit. You got your cornfield in it, right? I'm just saying, right? You've got your veil that reveals the hidden. So here is your lion, right? Remember, I was saying that all of these stories about Saturn clipping all the little baby cupids in these pictures around Saturn, and he's like ripping their limbs off and ripping their heads off and shit. And he's got one little baby over his lap, and he's got his seeds, and he's taking the seeds and he's ripping the baby angel, the baby Cupid's wings off. Well, Cupid is Jesus, bitch. Cupid is Jesus, because what do we say? Venus is Cupid's mother. And so here in these images of Saturn eating the arms and the legs and all of this shit of the babies and ripping their wings off, what is this synonymous with? I was really like, what? Because I also asked the question, why does Mercury, aka Hermes, aka Namor, why do they have wings on their ankles? Remember me asking you that? Everybody else, all the little babies got wings on their backs. But sometimes when you were looking at Cupid as a little baby, if you look at these old paintings, sculptures and all that shit, Cupid's wings aren't on his back yet. His wings are on his face, and his little face is just like that. And his wing, he's like sitting, and his little wings is on his head. Why? Because his mama's legs are the wings. I said, so if her legs are synonymous with wings in the birthing process, then why does Hermes have wings on his ankles? Breech birth. Remember the story of Achilles and why he died with the arrow through his Achilles tendon was because when his mama was trying to give him immortal life by dunking him into the river Styx, she had to hold him by his little ankles to dunk him in the river Styx to, quote, give him immortal life. Is this a story about the baby's head being in the immortal waters of the mama's belly and the midwife having to try to pull the baby by the ankles to get the baby out? Breech. I'm just saying, right? So there you is as the lion, right? There you is, your mama butt cheeks and everything, right? Then I was thinking about all these kings and queens of the Victorian age and how they wear those, no matter what their dress is, they got, or no matter what their clothes is, men and women, they got those big old ugly collars, the big giant white ugly collars that make them look like their head is not attached to their body. You know what I'm talking about? It's all on their clothes. The next step in this process, I'm convinced the inversion of the birthing process is where all of these headless cults and headless stories that we were talking about way back when with the quickening, and why all this headless shit everywhere? Why all this headless shit? Why? It is because even, oh shit. Oh shit. Goddamn. Even in Alice in Wonderland, the Cheshire Cat, and when he disappears, the only thing you can see is his head just bouncing around. Why just his head, right? Why all of these headless cults? Why all of these movies where people be losing their head, getting their head cut off, right? And it goes back to the pillar. This is a good segue. So this is what you look like when your face is coming out. But then all of a sudden, bloop, your whole head comes out. But the rest of your body is still unseen. Your head is completely visible. And the way you see all these little babies with these little wings right on their head, right? Or you see all these people with these white collars, the wings are white, the collars are white. This is a story as told by the white male, the white wings of his mother's legs. And then once his head finally pops out, His head is just there, and all you can see is the white of his mother's body, right? The white of his mother's body, but his head is fully out. Is this why they wear these collars? Is this why they perform siring, where they metaphorically cut your head off to give you a new head, a new destiny in the male Father God? Because once that baby's head comes out, this is the story of the ladder. Once that baby's head is fully out, that baby's spine and your mother's spine are one. His head is visible down here. Her head is up here. Their spine is fused as one. His spine appears to be his, because it's just his head that's out. His spine appears to be your spine when his head is fully out and your head is up here. Your vaginal opening is around his neck and your neck is up here. Understand? Then the other thing, if Leo and the iconography of the Leo has been masculinized, patricized, villainized in his slaying to and fro of all the creatures of heaven, right? Till he comes back to himself, who is his antithesis as Leo, the quote, Lion of Judah? Who is his Antichrist? Who is his archetype? This Messiah, the Leo, son, savior, hero of all the stories. Same thing. If Leo is here, then it's his quote adversary in his fucked up state, his adversary, his opposer, is who the Revelations says is going to be the Antichrist, the opposer, the antithesis, the Antichrist. While we are supposedly transitioning into the age of Aquarius, that's what I'm saying. The mythological birth of Jesus is a metaphor for an event, not a person. And so if the birth of Jesus wasn't an astrological event, then it means the birth and presentation of the Antichrist will be an astrological event, not an actual person. That astrological event may appear as a person or as persons, as a movement, as an idea, but it is about the period of the time. It is about this time in history based on these clocks that are springing up everywhere. The zodiacal chart as a calendar and a clock. The yin and yang as a calendar and a clock. The Bhagavad Gita as a calendar and a clock. And depending upon who is reading the clock will determine the outcome of the so-called prophecy, which is nothing but mathematically precise, predictable possibilities for the moment in time. You dig? I know that's deep. But these children of ours, these sons gone rogue, like I said, you can have a Christian and an atheist see the exact same phenomena at the exact same time in the exact same place, and they will see, based on their worldview, something totally different. The hope, somebody sees hope in the poor little rat treading water for 16 hours. We can endure so much if we just have faith and hope. And this is supposed to be an encouraging message as the poor little baby rat has been tormented, tortured, denied food and drink for 16 hours, holding out hope that some great white beneficent hand is going to come into the jar and rescue it. So it's just going to work hard until the Messiah comes. It's going to endure all the suffering and all the pain and all the things because the Messiah is going to come. That big white hand from somewhere is going to come and get me, and I don't have to do this shit no more. Two people can see the exact same thing, and based on their worldview and the damage it is done to their skull, they will see two totally different things. Not only two totally different things, two antagonistically opposing different things, observing the same phenomena at the same time in the same place. So, and so you have to be calculating, because if every single solitary thing that you see is an inverted, flipped inside out, turned upside down, malignified, mutated, chink, 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 chink version of the truth, version of the origin, version of the real, before you take the opposing position of what you are witnessing, you have to see the real thing first to understand how to respond to the phenomena that you're witnessing. You feel me? And so, if Leo, that's what I'm saying, what we talking about, shadow side and light side, and this applies to every sign, and we are living in an age where, quote, the sun, the solar sun god Leo is in his egomaniacal, psycho-sociopathic, afflicted state of utmost destruction in his severance from the mother. And Aquarius, metaphorically, is the Antichrist, the antithesis, this and that, and this and that, then we might need to be going back to what y'all told me the week I became a grandmother. She was like, rescue these witches out these goddamn churches. Rescue these witches out these goddamn churches if you want to set this shit off. So I'm gonna leave y'all with that. I can't believe I did this again, but I can, I guess. Whatever. But it was fun, and I worked some things out. Consider making a contribution to the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence. You can do that by using the email EvoEmeTemp That's EvoEmeTemp You can use that email to send a Zelle or a PayPal. You can send a Cash App at $DaughterOfTheFates. That's FATES. DaughterOfTheFates at DaughterOfTheFates. That's Cash App. Venmo, Cassandra, my name, Cassandra, Cassandra -Floyd, FLOYD. Daughter of the Fates, FATES, DaughterOfTheFates.etsy.com, where you can cop dope ass shit. If you need ritual tools, if you need candles, if you need jewelry, if you need the newest conspiracy, the newest global conspiracy to right all wrongs, several books, go to the Etsy store. That is DaughterOfTheFates.etsy.com. You can use that same email address, EvoEmeTemp@gmail.com, to book yourself a divination, either 30 minutes or 60 minutes. Just email me and tell me what it is that you need, and I will tell you how to book that session. That's all I got. Yep, that's it. So thank you all for hanging with me. Thank you all for your contributions. I love that. I'm actually probably going to do a live tomorrow. I was thinking about doing a live tomorrow from my StreamYard. I haven't used it in a long time because it's real janky, but I'm going to try to use it again tomorrow, because this that happens in the comment section, I like this so much. And when I was using StreamYard, every now and again, I would just open up the line so y'all could come and like actually ask me questions face to face, like banter back and forth with me face to face. I was thinking about that today. And so I got to clear a bunch of my whole storage on my StreamYard is full. So I got to download a lot of those videos so I can delete them. But that's what I would like to start doing at least once a week, just like doing a straight up open live chat where y'all can come on the chat, talk to me face to face, ask me questions, banter back and forth. I like that, and I miss that. So, and I've also been thinking about conducting interviews. There's several people I would like to interview. So yeah, I'm tired and I'm gonna go to sleep. It was really good hanging with y'all. And eventually what I might have to do is like old school is like just set a timer. Like when I did, when I read The Great Cosmic Mother, because it was so big, it was so dense. You see, I didn't do any dialogue on the inside. It was chapter, just like a straight up audiobook. Chapter this and this, page this and this, read for an hour, let alarm goes off, and then later I would do like more engaging current events, topics, or whatever. But yeah, I really like this book, and I really want to just dive through it. Also, the Women's Dictionary of Symbols and Sacred Objects. I've been saying for a long time I would really love to just read this whole book like a novel from page 1 all the way through, because it's really a game changer if we can read, if we can understand this shit, not in just some like detached way. Why do you read The Great Cosmic Mother? Why did you read whatever you read? Why did you read Bell Hooks? Why? The why? The why? Was it just to know some things? Was it just to read a book? Because that ain't no shit I'm on. Every single thing is purposeful. So, and I feel like we just need to be getting together. Not exclusively women, but centering women. So anyway, I'm gonna stop talking. Good night. I'll see y'all tomorrow. What's today? Tuesday. I'll see y'all tomorrow. And I'm gonna try to be on my discipline. I'm gonna really, really try to be on my discipline about this read and nothing else. Okay. All right. Peace. Good night, and all of that stuff.